for their support. Finally, I would like to highlight the unfailing commitment of our team, whose hard work has been instrumental in the success of this conference. I would like to warmly thank Sarah Mattia Pasqualetti, Camille Chamois, and Jonathan Guyenne for the precise and constant follow-up, as well as Barbara Formis, Nelly Kemener, Anne-Isabelle François, Chiara Valero, Luca Greco, and Antonella Tufano. Dear colleagues, this conference is the fruit of your investment. It's up to you to take full advantage of it. And also, this is my claim to the audience. It should be added, without prejudging the discussion to come, that this conference represents both a philosophical and political stance. In conclusion, I would like to repeat a slogan coined, I believe, by Queen Nation in the 90s. We are here, we are queer, and you better get used to it. And adapting it to our subject, which is, we are here, we are post-human, and you gotta get used to it. So, now let's jump in the first part of our day one, with the first panel, which has been conceived with the team and Rosi Predotti. So it's going to have a particular setup. So I just give us 2 seconds to start the situation, and we will start with a discussion between Rosi Predotti and the team. So enjoy. Obviously, I forgot something. I called the team on the stage.
I'm going to mostly stay here so you can take your seats. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to the people online. I hope you're doing as well as we are. I'm RB, and it feels like I'm chairing a sort of ceremonial remembrance of what I will have been. And it's a very interesting exercise, which is very get on with it, or considering where we are, glass of because we have a lot of content to come to. Two other things, translations. Thank you in advance. I will accelerate as emotions.
Chercher des directions nomades pour prolonger ce que vous avez déjà offert à notre réflexion. Je me permets de revenir sur votre travail, notamment sur la réflexion féministe que vous avez offert, pour une épistémologie féminine ou féministe capable de construire une hiérarchie patriarcale et de proposer des alternatives radicales. Dans mon travail, je suis maîtresse de conférences en esthétique et philosophie de l'art à Pantheon-Sorbonne. Et si on pense avec les artistes, selon le regard des artistes, Une épistémologie radicale et féministe est au cœur de notre engagement actuel, en tant que théoricien et en tant que praticien aussi. La fécondité de votre réflexion est essentielle, non seulement pour donner des nouvelles catégories, mais donner des nouvelles méthodologies épistémologiques. En une époque où ces catégories deviennent de plus en plus fluides, hybrides, dans un contexte où les identités et les savoirs changent en permanence, comment définissez aujourd'hui cette épistémologie? Dans quelle direction peut-être?
Was already for us in the 80s a form of microfascism, an authoritarian formation that we were determined to avoid. Otherwise, feminism would run the risk of encountering the Margaret Thatchers of this world. And 50 years later, where are we with that? So that's, I think that you nailed something very important. If I continue like this, we'll be here until kingdom come. Yeah. Six questions. So you need to write me down.
Yeah, it's okay. 10 minutes a question makes 1 hour, so it's perfect. So you
Okay.
perfect in time. So I'm the second one who has.
And you don't need to introduce yourself. People know who you are, but maybe people should.
No, not at all actually. Comme un diagnostic, donc on connaît une cartographie. Comme un diagnostic, donc on connaît une cartographie en fait de notre époque, et comme une invitation à repenser notre position dans le monde. Tu as en partie répondu, mais elle propose une reconfiguration des subjectivités. Donc évidemment, vous avez mis en lumière certains points de souffrance. Ces zones de tension créées par de nouvelles formes de gouvernance ultralibérale dans ce contexte géo-climato-politique actuel. À partir de quel levier pouvons-nous transformer la subjectivité comme vous le suggérez? Comment en faire une action politique collective? Quelle stratégie pourrions-nous adopter afin de convertir cette souffrance et cette négativité en une véritable force affirmative?
C'est des petites questions comme ça, hein, que vous me jetez. Merci infiniment. Switch to the warrior. I stay with English. Thank you. Let me pick up what I said before. The philosophy developed in France, notably the lineage that is early Foucault, Deleuze, notices the mutations of capitalism. Deleuze and Guattari start Capitalism as Schizophrenia at the end of the 60s, and by 1972, the first volume, which is called Anti-Oedipus, is out. That first volume is written back to back with the Bretton Woods agreements story, which is the moment where we delink currency, money, from conversion into gold. The production system gets delinked from conversion into solid gold. What does this mean? That a new economy is born, and that economy is neoliberalism. It's money talking to money. Deleuze and Guattari are among the few intellects that say, look what's happening. We are delinking capital from production. We don't have to produce anything. We can get you shopping anyway by selling you anything, notably identities as a conveyor belt to send you shopping, and you will start wanting a certain type of haircut, a certain type of music, a number of immaterial commodities. And you know what? It's going to cost you a lot, but you know what? We provide credit, the new commodity. The future of capitalism is debt, because credit makes you indebted. 1972. Lazzarato, one of the great thinkers today of indebtment, starts from here. 1972. What do the communist parties of Europe do confronted with this? They ignore it. Why? Because if it is the case that capitalism mutates, that capitalism can change to changing historical conditions, then the internal cracks of capitalism do not cause the collapse of the system. And consequently, Marx is wrong. That's the punchline. And Berlinguer in Italy and Pierre Marché in France understand this, and the communist parties go ballistic. Ballistic. What? You are complicitous with capitalism. You are the ambassadors of capitalism. Foucault is a neoliberal. The insults keep coming massively, and the entire analysis is shut down. The analysis that says capitalism is mutating. Its technologies are going elsewhere. Identities are colonized by desires and affects. There's a question coming up on this. And the manipulation of your desires and affects through media and technology is where capitalism is going. 72. Did the left listen to this? No, but the right did. Because at the same time in this city, a very powerful right-wing philosopher is working. Alain de Benoit, the man who reinvents the right. La Nouvelle Droite. His first books are from 67, 68, and he says, they're totally right, it is changing. It is changing so very much that the old values and the old traditions are in danger. We need to defend the project of tradition because modernity is going wrong. Jean-Marie Le Pen embraces it. Alain de Benoit is the leader of the right in Europe today. He works for the foundation of Giorgia Meloni through a guy called Francesco Giubilei, who is the scientific director of the neo-fascist philosophers in Europe. They are powerful philosophies. They are not charlatans. They know exactly what they're doing. The right listened to this. The left ignored the message, and they continued with a Marxist humanism that you will find in Simone de Beauvoir, you will find in Italy in Bersani, you will find in bits still of the hope that the human to come will rescue. Yeah, you can keep waiting. So that mutation there means that from the beginning, the analysis of neoliberalism and the forms of subjectivity is part of the deal, and technology is part of the deal. I'll tell you only this, Marco, and you know this. In the 3 ecologies, Felix Guattari, you wrote that in the 80s, is saying our subjectivities are changing because capitalism has understood that through the manipulations of affect, moods, and desire, through media, they can get us. They can get you to do anything and buy any crap because you need to be that type of person. And he's looking for a model. Says, I want you to give an example of the type of person, the type of public figure that represents this moment of capitalism. You can go and check it up for yourself in the 3 ecologies. And what does he pick? A very budding new businessman, a real estate tycoon, who at the time is rebuilding Atlantic City. And his name is Donald Trump. Go and look it up. And pour yourself a stiff drink and ask the question that we asked ourselves, where's the left? Where is the left? But we've been saying this since 72, where is the left? So the point here about the post-human switch is that it is integral part of this analysis. And then from the nomadic subject to a technological revisitation of the human, it's a very, very short break. And that is why I'm very happy working with the Berggruen Foundation in the More Than Humans, because by now the effects of all of this are under everybody's eyes. But we should have, as left-wing critical thinkers, have seen this coming. We feminists did. Donna Haraway writes the Cyborg Manifesto in 1985. 85, guys. And the subtitle is A Feminist Socialist Manifesto for the Next Millennium, for the 20th century. So we are very quick at picking this up and saying that the mutation is massive. Let's prepare alternative futures. Let's prepare alternative ways. Did anybody listen? No. The left does not have a discourse that is credible on technology. They can only be against because it's bad for the humans. Oh, really? Then chuck away your telephone, which you're all using extensively. So that hiatus, it's about how technology revisits the human. And that happens a long, long time ago. To say, oh, neoliberalism is doing it now. They've been doing it for decades. Where were we? Where were we? Just technology is not the enemy. It's the next configurations where we're going as a subjectivity. Is that what now we have with my posthuman analysis? We have the convergence of the technological takeover with the crisis of the planet and the cracking up of the environmental order and the massive, enormous, gigantic socioeconomic disparities. But it is very, very late in the piece, because while we were equivocating in the left with the remains of a certain type of Marxist humanism, the right has developed powerful counter-philosophies. I'm not thinking of Elon Musk, who is just your nth drug addict. The interesting one for me is Peter Thiel, because Peter Thiel has a PhD in philosophy from Yale. And his PhD thesis was on René Girard, messieurs, dames, la théorie du sacrifice. Do I have to continue? Just so when he says we will sacrifice a third of humanity to construct a new race, and it is a race that will go to outer space, it's perfectly coherent. And trust me, they mean it. According to the Financial Times, the scale and size of the intergalactic economies at the moment is in the order of 800 billion, I can't even, and it's growing by the day. They are building an entire infrastructure for the economy in outer space. Read only the financial pages of every newspaper. Ignore the cultural pages, just read the financial ones. Look at the size of the extraplanetary economy and ask yourself the question our generation of feminists has been asking all along, where's the left? So the thinking about this is genocidal, it is neo-eugenic, it's race selection, it's ethnic selection, it's white supremacist, terribly relaxed about gay rights and LGBTQ rights, because M. Peter Thiel and Sam Altman are major gay leaders, major right-wing gay leaders. Can we also, as LBGTers, just get a life and look at the size of the right-wing gay community? Can we get a reality check? Because this is also one of the unspoken parts of our ideology. So they really, really mean we are in a situation now where we, the critical thinkers of the left, need to read the philosophical positions of the right and say, all right, let's dismantle it. My posthuman critical theory is an attempt to do that. Yes, we're part of the technology. Yes, we're part of the problem, but we can come up with alternative solutions. And Deleuze allows us to do that, a kind of accelerationist practice, staying within the technology. I would like him to be democratic, for free, available to everybody, and to be the object of a public discussion where we can actually decide which kind of posthuman we want to be. And those who don't want to be posthuman, you can stay behind and take care of the planet while the new race will go on to the few new planets that we're going to colonize. We need this discussion affirmatively without being depressed, because the left has lost control of the conceptual agenda on the issue of Marxist humanism. That's, in a nutshell, how I would write Deleuze into history. And to accuse them of hating humanity is to, again, have missed the point once again. It's very difficult to do this quickly.
Hi.
Yes, Jonathan, perfect.
I'm John Ewan,
Okay.
PhD candidate at Paris under Barbara Formis, who's here. I speak English on this one. It's following what we just talked about, so it will just allow you to have more time to develop probably your answer following Marco's question. I guess I take the angle, I had many of them, so I'll just start with the first one, I guess.
You're speaking into Dantabarbe, as they say in French.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I'm jet lagged as well. Now, in the context where many people would broadly agree with your critical analysis and categories of the present, as well as with the necessity of what you describe as affirmative transformations or alternatives, since you have written critical theory without alternative visions is a sterile exercise in negativity, could you offer some further insight on your notion of affirmative ethics? And more specifically, following what you were talking about, how do you see affirmative ethics translating into concrete forms of political action or intervention today, particularly within the techno-media environment increasingly shaping our world with LLMs and other computational systems that are developed and governed by non-democratic entities, corporate or authoritarian states? And that's a long question, but really it's kind of following what we said, and I think I would end with this one, which is like giving your long-standing commitment to this affirmative politics and social imaginaries. Would you ever consider articulating such a position in the form of a manifesto of your own, perhaps in dialogue with projects like the Xenofeminist Manifesto?
Wow. Now keep me under control, because this is getting worse. So let me put it this way. The aim of all the technological developments since the dawn of internet, from the pop culture of California plus the ARPANET defense system of NATO and company, since those very early days, the target has been to reshape human consciousness. I.e., Deleuze and Guattari are spot on. That's what the capital is. And everything that has been developed has been systematic in terms of, now we call it data mining. But data mining is in-depth information about what triggers you at every single possible level, what retains your attention, what makes you dream, what makes you upset, what makes you get out of bed in the morning and live a life, is a very detailed mapping of the psychosexual and affective landscapes that trigger you, coupled with a scientific development that has completely penetrated the absolute building blocks of life, genetically, neurologically, and now, of course, well beyond the human with a quantum moment about to explode. So we have to keep that in mind, that it has never changed. What has changed is the fact that the critical left, from simply rejecting it and pretending it wasn't happening, to reading it in the modernist frame. If you read the posthuman moment in a modernist frame, you're treating algorithms as washing machines or automobiles, the old technology that was outside of you. And you could say, I use you or I don't, and thank you for being there because you saved me a lot of work. I mean, I remember my mother actually welcoming the arrival of washing machines because the women didn't have to go down the river to do the washing. Wow. But it's not the type of technology. This technology comes into you. You know this. You're born into it. We saw it coming. And somebody said, if the capital is human consciousness, then we need to work on subjectivity and consciousness. And feminism, of course, is ideal because that's what we were doing. That's the core business of feminism. And I'm very proud to have been of the generation that has made feminist philosophy a branch of official philosophy. If you see what feminist philosophy has become now, when I was a student around this hall writing a dissertation for the Sorbonne on women and philosophy, there were 3 books. I had done my research in the first week. I was done. I was ready. 3 books. I still have them. The books on women and philosophy in the 70s and 80s. 3. Of course, Beauvoir, but she was not a feminist, and the philosophy that she was doing was high philosophy. So we invented a field, all of us, and I'm so proud of it. If you see what this has been, but we were carried by history because our core business was subjectivity, consciousness, and love. Guess what? I mean, pretty core business, and that's why it's a fundamental contribution to the evolution of human knowledge and not an identitarian thing. Never think of feminism as an identity politics. It's a massive intervention on our understanding of what it means to be human. It belongs to everybody, it's open-ended, it's going places. And keep it going, keep it moving, go with this, and keep it away from identities. I will repeat this until I am exhausted. Rewind the tape. Capitalism is mutating. The Marxists are resisting this. Deleuze is frozen out of the big debates. L'Académie Française calls him a pornographer. The Communist parties say he's complicitous with neoliberalism. They're still saying that, by the way. Difficult stuff, not easy philosophy. You can't pick it up. The Americans don't translate him because he's critical of capitalism. They translate the Derrida and Lacan and the people who are terribly complicated but fun because they talk about culture and representation, very useful for a media society, but they don't get into the nitty-gritty of the transformations of capitalism. So we have all of this stuff put on quarantine while the right organizes, and the right organizes, and the right organizes. The right organizes on a discourse of the apocalypse, the collapse of the Western order. What's his name? Donald is saying that weekly, daily, the collapse of the West. J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is a graduate of Yale, and he's a very good friend of Peter Thiel from Yale. It's J.D. Vance, it's Peter Thiel that brought J.D. Vance into the government. So the Yale school is apocalypse now. The Western world is collapsing. We are losing our traditions. We're losing our identities. We're becoming mixed up and confused. Bring back the West. Okay? Apocalypse, negativity, the failure of modernity, negative, negative, negative. The left is ignoring the discussion. So what do our teachers do? Looking for an alternative political ontology, they switch to Spinoza. They switch to the Spinozist ontology of radical democracy by the people for the people. People can self-organize. The autopoiesis of Guattari is the commons. It's the commons. And if the switch to Spinoza, again, it's 67, 68, the first Deleuze, Balibar. But we have a problem, of course. We have a problem. And the problem is the following. One of the leading Spinozist thinkers of the days is a philosopher called Antonio Negri. And Antonio Negri gets mixed up, but for better or for worse, with the terrorism of the red terrorism of those years. He is charged rightly, I think, but the jury is still out, on real backing of the armed warfare of my country, Italy, and other countries. My generation's takes to the arms. Terrorism has perfectly good European credentials. Again, it's a chapter that we don't revisit with any honesty. But if we looked at the 1970s, you will see how a whole branch of the left starts killing people in the streets. Jacques Lacan stands up and says, stop killing, come into analysis. And he actually claimed the right, I think he's actually right, that France did not have a terrorism movement because everybody was actually trying to analyze their motivations for actually wanting to destroy the system. There's something to that. He also supported a lot of that. The Negri phenomenon delays the reception to Spinoza because Negri writes a fantastic book on Spinoza, the only good thing he ever wrote, The Savage Anomaly. Tony Negri on the role of the imagination in Spinoza. What a catastrophe to be a friend of Tony Negri. What a catastrophe. That alone makes Italy switch off from Deleuze, and I'm just putting to press now a book where I talk about the failed relationship between Deleuze and Italy, and it carries the name of Negri. So Spinoza is blocked. The Communist Party does the rest, Spinoza. Spinoza or Hegel, for my generation, was a thesis topic. Spinoza or Hegel, there's a lot of publications on this. Deleuze is on the Spinoza front. His books on Spinoza are fundamental. Spinoza gives us an ethics based on the overturning of negativity, the ethics of joy, which is not stupid shallow optimism, is the hard labor of analyzing the apocalyptic discourse of the fascists. Death-bound, no future neo-fascists. They are redesigning the shape of consciousness while the left is sitting on the fence being against without having anything to offer. That's the operation. Where are we now? Do I have to say anything more? I don't think we've changed one little ounce. The missed appointment between a critical thought and the left. This is why I am a posthumanist and not a Marxist humanist. We have to be in the discussion. And Claire and I are very committed to this. Think it through and offer alternatives. It can be a fantastic mutations if it is free, available, democratically discussed, giving people the choice, and not in the hands of 4 monopolies that control everything. And it's pretty massive as an intervention. So at the end of the day, we are socialists, communitarian, but of the Spinozist time, because we know that capitalism doesn't break, it bends, and we bend with it, inside of it, and it falls inside of you, and then it looks like we are trapped. But guess what? We're still the factor here. We're still the dynamic, nomadic factor. So ethics of affirmation is an ethic of struggle, resistance, and creating alternatives. Don't tell me that you're against. I don't care what you're against. What are you for? What are we going to do about it? And we feminists have a long list of things that we want. I finished. I mean, I'm getting good at this, yes.
So there's a manifesto coming, right? There's a manifesto coming, yeah?
Forgive me. No, it's very difficult for a posthumanist feminist to think of a manifesto. What I would like is a musical composition. It's a symphony, it's something, and I'm experimenting more and more with soundscapes. I think, in a summer school, Sophie knows, we have now women composers that compose with wind and rivers. Of course, Wagner already did, but they really do. The composing music of the world also through machines, but also very much bringing in different elements. Pre-verbal, non-verbal, associative. I don't feel that I can make a statement except for saying we're in the process of becoming. Nothing is lost. Don't believe the apocalypse. Resist the negativity of the times. Transform it into something that we can actually manage, that we can transform into tools, into methods, into practices. Keep going, create your group, and realize how fragile the system is. It can only work if we continue thinking that it is inevitable. And these are very powerful philosophical minds. Don't underestimate the philosophical power of the right today. They are in charge. They have powerful philosophies of human selection. So anything that we can do, but a manifesto has a name. I simply would say the roar of energy. Go, 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 keep going, get alive. Get in there and get alive. More than that, but I would love to write a hymn of joy to it, rewrite the hymn of joy. Well, with the help, maybe we can do a collective hymn of joy, bringing in a lot of non-human elements. And then every time you're done, you put it on, and it is your spiritual vitamin, and you go out and just construct alternatives. They are desperate for ideas. There's a whole section of Silicon Valley and the market that hates Musk. They hate Thiele. They want alternatives. We have to give them alternatives. We are at the point now where the greatest ally that we have may well be the anti-Musk and Trump size of the market. It may be the only ally that we have. This is how bad the situation has become. So because the market is us, because we are very refined consumers, get in there and make a difference. Believe that you can work together. I'm totally convinced that it is within our reach. So yes, a hymn of joy.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sarah Mattia Pasqualetti et je suis doctorante à l'école des arts de la Sorbonne, donc, avec mes collègues. Je voulais vous poser une question sur la pensée de l'ontologie relationnelle, parce que vous avez largement contribué à fonder cette pensée sur l'interdépendance, sur la co-constitution et sur les devenirs. Donc, il me semble que dans les contextes politiques actuels que vous avez très lucidement esquissé, de continuer de soutenir une ontologie relationnelle relève désormais d'un acte de résistance. Donc, quelles seraient, est-ce qu'on peut questionner les limites internes de cette ontologie? Et existe-t-il, à votre avis, des formes d'opacité ou de violence qui, justement, ne sont pas dissoute ou résolue dans la relation? Et comment, en fait, l'ontologie relationnelle, la pensée relationnelle peut finalement être compatible avec des formes de radicale altérité?
Et j'ai 5 minutes. Okay. So, the virtual. One of the most misunderstood and also one of the most essential terms, because it has become an everyday term: virtual reality, virtual this, virtual that. Let's rewind the tape and start from, because it's a Deleuzian term, Deleuze's quarrel with both Marxism and psychoanalysis. That quarrel has to do with the philosophy of time that is written into Marxism, which is Hegel, and psychoanalysis, which in Lacan's version is also Hegel, the Hegel reread with Kojève, who is the great French interpreter of Hegel. There is also Hippolyte, who is the Hegel that goes into Foucault, but that's another story. What does the Hegelian philosophy of time say? First of all, it's linear, but it is also successive. You go from A to B to C with a number of clashes and interruptions and cuts and reversals. The past stays what it is. The present needs to be elaborated. The future is already booked. It's programmed. The future destination is known in advance. Socialism, in fact, communism, in fact, the early feminist texts, utopian text. Shulamit Firestone, who is a Marxist feminist, the feminist socialist culture where technologies will do all the reproductive work and women can be free. Shulamit Firestone, 1975, the birth of cyber feminism. 75, right? Yeah. Dialectics of sex. Let the technology come. Give to the technology all the work of producing life. We can do other things. Oh, mad woman, mad feminist, they hate humanity, they don't want to be mothers. Look at it, abnormal, unnatural, kill them, witches. That was the response. Read that text today and shiver at the intelligence and the insight and how it was ignored until it's picked up again by Donna Haraway later, 10 years or so later. So having a destination to your philosophy of history has enormous strength because it motivates you to work towards it. If we have to construct the socialist society or the family, then there's a number of steps that you do, and that gives you a methodology. But of course, it preempts the future. My favorite discussion, it's recorded by Isaiah Berlin, who was a student in Zurich together with Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg, because women could study at Zurich already in the first part of the 20th century. And of course, Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg were having it out. Exactly this discussion. We Rosa saying, but comrade, how do you know that when we put the people through all of this, the end result will be socialism? How do you know that? It's a Hegelian philosophy. Yeah, it's a Hegelian train of history. It really is a train. But how do we know this? Rosa Luxemburg is extremely interesting. She says, I think, hi Rosa Luxemburg, that other factors influence the way history can go. And one of the factors for Luxemburg is the planet, the environment. So capitalism assumes endless supply of natural resources. But that's very questionable. In fact, Luxemburg says capitalism will stop at nothing until it has consumed every possible resource on the planet, and after that, it may look at other planets. Rosa Luxemburg. She gets killed by the Nazis, so we are losing another genius. And according to Isaiah Berlin, Lenin's answer is, yes, Rosa, you are an eagle of intelligence, and you're probably right. But if we go with you, then we cannot run a revolution, and we cannot discipline the masses to work in the same direction. We need a destination. So past, present, future, booked, predicted with an authority of the past is where you start from, and an already defined future. Psychoanalysis, do I have to tell you about the authority of the past in psychoanalysis? The original trauma, the Oedipus complex, mommy, daddy, and me, yeah, give me another whinging. The trauma is behind you. You will be living off the effects of that for as long as you live. This authority of the past, this philosophy of history, is what Deleuze, because he's a conceptual thinker, not an ideological. He says if we want to undo Marxism, we have to undo the Hegelian philosophy of history, the Hegelian philosophy of time. And he brings in Bergson to do this. Now, this is a very massive move to bring in Bergson, because Bergson is on the list of philosophers that collaborated with fascism. The other one is Nietzsche. We can discuss over this, but philosophy and fascism is a discussion that has never taken place properly. I will cut it short by referring to the text that Foucault wrote as the introduction to the American edition of the Anti-Oedipus, when he says about Deleuze, this is the first thinker that treats fascism as a concept, not just a historical. It's also a historical event. It's a formation of knowledge and power. It's a specific relationship to power. Think Donald Trump, as analyzed by Felix Guattari in the 1980s. So we have here a configuration whereby fascism stands for something, and Deleuze being committed to undoing it. In order to do this, he has to go through the philosophers of life, and that's part of your question, Jonathan, the philosophers of life that in the early part of the century went to bed with the wrong people or were read by the wrong people. Friedrich Nietzsche is not responsible for Benito Mussolini falling in love with him, but it cost him. The Nazi in Nietzsche's family was the sister, Elizabeth, personal friend of the Führer, a committed Nazi. Not him, he was already out of the picture when the Nazis got. But Nietzsche, after the war, is taken off the curriculum, is put on a blacklist as Nazi collaborators. Bergson, vitalism, same story. Vitalism becomes absorbed in the Nazi worldview where life systems are hierarchical. Exit Bergson. In the meantime, Heidegger, a member of the Nazi party, unrepented and undisclosed, stays on as the greatest source of inspiration for modern philosophy, a hero for the right. the greatest, today, again, in Meloni's government, Marcello Veneziani is the great Heideggerian, working with Alain de Benoit, creating a counter-philosophy, very powerful, extremely intelligent, totally fascist. So for Deleuze to dare to go back to Bergson and say, we are shaking out the hierarchical fascistic elements, but we are keeping a philosophy of vitalism. Why? Because capitalism is becoming the life sciences. Because the technologies are becoming live. Because life is being capitalized. So we need philosophies of life. And Fanon knew, and a lot of the Negritude black thinkers knew, we need to think life outside capital racism, colonialism, and fascism, but we need a left-wing philosophy of life. Deleuze, Spinoza, and all that. What this means, long answer, is that if you introduce a time continuum, if with Bergson you say, actually, present, past, future, a constant flow of becoming, a continuous present, which becomes my favorite tense. I started the conference today by saying, I will have been pretty busy, pretty wonderful, pretty happy person. I will have been, this Rosi Braidotti will have been a piece of work, how interesting. Will have been, not the future past, but not a linearity, not a teleology that already books the future. How can you have a nomadic future? Nomadic is about going. It's about not preempting the destination. In this framework, the virtual stands for the elements of what could have been, might have been, should have been, but was not. Because in the course of history, it couldn't make it. Democracy, I would say. What a great idea that was. We tried really hard. Equality, great ideas. They did not become hegemonic. They did not manifest themselves fully in history, in bits. We have French American Revolution, French Revolution. We have moments where the liberating potential of certain ideas actually explodes. Very often, it does not. Okay, what happens then? In the Hegelian philosophy of history, if something doesn't make it, it's cut off. It's the cut off of the negative. It goes. It just didn't make it. Fell on the wrong side of history, and other theories become dominant. Not so in the philosophy of time that Deleuze proposes through Bergson and Spinoza, and Leibniz. Leibniz is very important to this. The ideas that don't make it lower in energy. They go to sleep. They go virtual, but they're there. They are there. We feminists, when we started women's studies, said, listen, it's not true that women are there. They are there. Let's look for them. In the space of 10 years, we had rewritten history, rewritten anthropology, rewritten art history. We cannot stop finding women. There's millions of us. Just not notice. Just you tune down the volume. You decrease the potentia of those ideas. You you can forget them, but they basically are there. So the virtual is the will have been, and it takes an effort by a community to say, that's the one that I want. I need a concept of joy. I need a concept of of freedom, the freedom to, not only the freedom from. You potentiate, you bring energy back to what will have been a possibility that didn't make it. Ideas don't drop out. They fade away. So memory, the work of reminiscence, is fundamental. And when you remember, you don't just repeat, you create, you inject new energy. We do need a concept of life. It's not going to be racist. It's not going to be hierarchical. It's not going to be eugenic. It's not going to be patriarchal. It's not going to be fascist. But it is going to be a concept of life because we need to have one in the name of the affirmative joy. So that's the operation of the virtual. It's an appeal for you to remember creatively and to activate what will have been a great idea. The good ideas are always the same: freedom, affirmation, and dignity, respect. They're pretty standard ideas. The passions are always the same: love and hate, sadness and joy, and desire. There are 5 passions. in metaphysics. So you can't really move a lot further than that. Freedom and joy, potentiate them, and develop the virtual into actual moments and practices. I will record, and this is actually coming out quite well.
Merci.
Parce que ça marche, juste là, ça ne marchait pas. Ah, je n'avais pas compris que ça ne marchait pas. Oui, c'est vrai. Online, oui. C'est très cher en plus. À qui la parole? Notre Camille. 1, 2, 3. On est à 5 déjà, hein, Camille. C'est bon, non? Ça va là? On va y aller.
Ok, je m'appelle Camille Chamois, je suis postdoc en philosophie à l'Université de Nanterre. Merci Rosi, j'ai une question sur l'actualité politique, ou l'actualité, disons, géopolitique, qui est plus que catastrophique, avec la massification des États répressifs, suprémacistes, racialistes, des guerres coloniales, des guerres génocidaires, et une situation que vous avez qualifiée à plusieurs reprises ici de fascisme généralisé, en insistant sur le fait que c'était à la fois notre situation politique, géopolitique, mais aussi notre situation, disons, théorique de pensée, avec le fait que des philosophes, je vais lâcher le mot, comme Peter Thiel, Irving Curtis, etc., étaient vraiment sur le devant de la scène de la pensée contemporaine, et qu'on avait besoin d'une lutte contre le fascisme à la fois politique et théorique ou philosophique. Mais ce sur quoi vous avez insisté à l'instant, c'est le fait que, pour ça, on a besoin de penser le fascisme pas simplement comme une période historique, mais on a besoin de créer un concept de fascisme dont on ne dispose peut-être pas totalement à l'heure actuelle, et dont, vous l'avez rappelé tout à l'heure, Deleuze a été crédité par Foucault comme étant un des premiers à avoir tenté cette construction intellectuelle, mais qu'on était peut-être encore aujourd'hui à l'heure d'une tentative pour créer un vrai concept de fascisme. Et un des aspects que je trouve les plus remarquables et qui m'a le plus influencé dans votre travail, c'est cette tentative pour essayer de définir ce que ce serait une vie non fasciste, avec cette idée que le concept de micro-fascisme chez Deleuze était un concept qui pouvait nous aider d'autant plus dans notre situation, disons, calamiteuse, contemporaine. Alors j'aurais voulu vous entendre élaborer sur ce point. Dans quelle mesure est-ce que vous estimez qu'une pensée du microfascisme est plus que jamais d'actualité aujourd'hui et peut nous aider dans notre situation contemporaine plus que urgente?
Thank you. I'm glad I already reached out, I knew the question was coming, on the background of this. So now let's put the cards on the table. The Cold War made it impossible to have a serious discussion about fascism. The Cold War was a freezer. You were with the West or with the rest. You were with us or against us. And the mutual destruction deal of the nuclear balance of power, which anticipates the Anthropocene destruction, the specter of extinction, kept us from thinking a great deal of things. Remember that. I am of the Cold War period, and for us, Deleuze, even more than Foucault, because Foucault dies too young, he doesn't complete his work, but Deleuze was a breath of fresh air because we felt that we could think outside the binary, liberalism, communism, United States, Soviet Union. And I became very early a vehement European federalist because I really think that Europe has a role to play. And Trump knows that very well. That's why he wants to destroy us. We are the only thing that stands between him and total domination. Why? Because we have gone through fascism and we know it. So we have almost a moral obligation to work through this. Aside, the Cold War made it difficult to think fascism as a concept. In fact, it's even worse than that. Anti-fascism became the dominant ethos. The left was officially, still is, anti-fascist. Every time anything goes wrong, we burst out into Bella Ciao, and then we feel better about ourselves. Anti-fascism is at the core of the European Constitution, of the European Union. It is born of the resistance to fascism. So anti-fascism becomes a word. Just take out the hyphen. And it's also a mind blocker, because you're anti-fascist, then that's fine, and you're perfectly fine. That's the fascist, and I'm anti-fascist. Feel good about myself. Another identity. Remember, when identity comes in, we all go stupid. We stop thinking, because you have your identity. But what is the subject position of an anti-fascist? We were not encouraged as young philosophers to do what I'm telling you to do now, to read the right-wing fascists. They were fascists. We were the anti-fascists. Huh. So there was a sense of moral entitlement built into the Cold War deal, which, I was absolutely part of. Of course, we didn't want to read those things. Our friends from the decolonizing world, and the seminar was full of people from Africa, from Asia, fighting for liberations. They were relying, quite rightly, on Marxism as a philosophy of liberation. Nelson Mandela said, to the very end of my life, I will be a communist, because it's an anti-colonial philosophy, not ideology, it's an anti-colonial belief system. There were no others. Okay? So of course you stick to that. But the Marxist humanism, and in the belief that the human is to come, that men will be free, that women will be free, delegates to a distant future the activation of your ability to intervene now. You've already booked a future, so you don't have to do anything. Just wait for the system to collapse. I'm just making a caricature here. But we feminists were saying to the Communist Party, you're too inactive. You're imagining that the system will stop by itself. We who fight patriarchy know that these people reinvent themselves really rapidly and really cleverly. So a number of things blocked a serious conceptual analysis. That's where Deleuze and Guattari come in. They do a killing analysis of how fascism works, because Guattari, being a schizoanalyst, a psychoanalyst, don't forget that Guattari was the golden boy. He was Lacan's favorite. He was the loved one, like Jung was for Freud. And what does the beloved son do? Betrays. And of course, he becomes the most vehement critic of Lacan. But he knows how subjectivity works. He knows that everything is about desire and fantasy at the end of the day. He knows that very well. And if capital gets you desire and fantasies, you're gonna, buddy, you're gonna. Okay? So they know that, and they try to then say, think about fascism as a belief system that makes you love potestas. It makes you love the wrong type of power. The power that you exercise to dominate, to humiliate, to exploit. When with Spinoza we can think power as potentia, the empowerment, the joyfulness, liberation of everything that we may be able to become without a predestined point of destination. Could be anything. Just keep going, keep moving, keep adapting to changing circumstances. So this idea of not preempting the future but keeping on going, and fascism as that which blocks you, which creates enemies everywhere. A fascist needs to have an enemy to bounce against because they have nothing else to offer. There is no energy. There's no creation. It's just you're against, and you kill the other. Carl Schmitt, when did the left pick up a Nazi thinker? I couldn't believe that. I've been fighting this losing battle since the 90s. Really, seriously? We need Carl Schmitt now. The dichotomy friend-enemy. Oh, really? Seriously? When nobody's really looking at the anti-Oedipus and the critique of capitalism. Extraordinary. So we needed to remove those blockages and just have the courage to. It's not a courage that my political culture had. It was difficult for feminism as well because of the great domination of the two schools, and they come from the Cold War. One is socialist feminism, and the other one is liberal feminism, which gives you identity politics. And we were caught between that and trying to make a nomadic, a different type of feminism. We succeeded. We've done very well, but the work still needs to be done. What do we need now for a concerted critique of fascism? Can we get rid of all the post-Cold War terminology. Don't feel good about being an anti-fascist. You probably are not, actually. It's a very, very difficult, if you're working with Deleuze's theory of microfascism, to say, I'm not touched by this, I'm not engaged with this. Where I experienced this in my life as an academic was in how, when capital became cognitive, for a moment, which is now past, obviously, academia and intellectuals became capital. And I witnessed the rise of intellectual stardom in the university, which was not the case in the Cold War. You can say whatever you want about Simone de Beauvoir. You would never call Simone de Beauvoir a star. One of the immortals, maybe, not a star. The star system in the 90s until the millennium in academia is how they killed the university. Because guess what? A lot of people went for that. We had a lot of stars to contend with. And man, they did well. And man, they made money and made us waste an enormous amount of time. Rosi Braidotti will not have been one of those. Absolutely not. And if this is your mode of relation to her, I beg you, change it, modify it, make her an instrument, a traveling companion, a beloved auntie. My task now is to become a decent ancestor. As Claire knows, this is the basis of our interaction, to an ancestor, somebody you can look back to as a virtual source. Maybe if I take that, it gives me an idea to do something. Close that bracket. But the star system was a form of microfascism. The Guardian published a list of how much money some of the intellectual stars made. Jürgen Habermas, Charles Taylor, and others, millions. Zizek, millions. Okay, just so, really? And then you do critical theory, really? So get rid of all of that. Analyze the link, knowledge, power, and for you people of the media era, visibility, fame, recognition. And I have Jennifer here writing from Italy about feminism is not a brand. Don't give in to that. But microfascism influences. But those kids, age 17, they look like they're 40 already, and they're all done up, and who want to be what exactly? Visible? Famous? What is the desire? What are you thinking? So these are the modes, I think, of undoing the forms of microfascism. Peter Thiel and the others, we can call them fascists if we want to, but it doesn't really help. The project of the new right, and you will find it in the political platform of Donald Trump, a document called Project 2025, written by the Heritage Foundation, where Nielsen and Hayani Ali and all those major brains are working. The project is a transformation of the human inside a racialized ontology dominated by white supremacists, using a technology to compose a more evolved, enhanced human capable of living elsewhere in the planet, in the galaxy beyond this planet. Highly selective. Fukuyama, who used to be a liberal, now is a socialist, calls it soft eugenics. I call it the biggest race selection exercise since the 19th century. It's a neo-colonial racialized ontology. In this ontology, the LGBT community is complicitous. It's my community. I'm a member of the gay bourgeoisie. When Anneke and I realized that we were members of the gay bourgeoisie, I resigned as the director of the Women's Studies Department. It happened the day that I was knighted by Queen Beatrix. Here we are, married lesbian, and I'm being knighted. I turn to Anneke and say, where did we go wrong? What happened to us? I was not going to be a tenured radical. I resigned and a new generation took over. Yes, we do get knighted. We do get Légion d'honneur. No, I didn't, but friends did. There is a moment in which you become part of something that you think, really, LGBT community, we need to look at this. We need to have the courage to make distinctions that go beyond the ridiculous identities. They say nothing about where you stand in relation to microfascism. And we could say the same on the issues of Gaza, on the issue of the Ukraine, on the issue of anti-Semitism, go beyond the platitude. I'm concluding. We need a missing people. We need to compose platforms of actions, like heterogeneous alliances of people who fight, resist, rethink specific aspects of micro-fascist formations. The fact that Peter Thiele, an active gay with children produced to surrogacy, is the leading eugenist in the world today should give us actually pause to think for a moment when we next time that we wave the LGBTQ banner. They are enemies of LGBTQ, but are they really? It's a little bit more complicated than that. Apparently his parties are very famous. Not that I get invited, but women are not part of this deal. So we cannot be very fluid and trans, but where is the female body in this? Feminized body? Female, not feminine, females. Where are those? And same in the animal kingdom and so on. I'm missing people. We need coalitions. We need to work together on a temporary base, not a manifesto for all times, platform for intervention immediately, now with alternative. I don't have any problems with enhancement, so long as we can discuss it, make it democratically available, and allow people not to do it if they don't feel that way. And I'm so looking forward to Orlan, because Orlan, as the artist who will be with us on Saturday, I remember Orlan as a kid. She was already doing enhancement and transformations of the body. She was there, Orlan, I love you, before anyone else, before Abramovich. She was out there saying, we shall transform. And transform we will, but she made herself for a while ugly, believe it or not, not in a functional manner that is instrumental to capitalism. We can make ourselves into unicorns, into something gratuitous, the beauty of non-profit enhancement. Now, here's a project. Do we have a chance to do this? In my opinion, we do. We need people, the missing people. That's the political subject, a virtuality that we need to actualize. That could be a manifesto, actually. We're almost out, yeah.
Grazie. Volevo solo dire that we are 6 Italians.
I know.
I'm part
Amazing.
of the Italian.
I will say something about it. I have to say something about
Okay.
it.
Yes. Che langue? Barbara Formis, italiana, philosophie, et j'enseigne à l'université Paris 1. Et j'avais vraiment des questions très pragmatiques pour les jeunes, parce qu'on a conçu ce colloque, ce congrès, comme quelque chose d'intergénérationnel. Et donc, j'ai des questions vraiment très pratiques sur la place de l'écriture et la pratique d'écriture de Rosi Braidotti. On veut une toolbox. How to write as a post-human feminist. Travaillez-vous plutôt à la main, à l'ordinateur? Est-ce qu'il y a des rythmes, des gestes, une sorte d'incorporation de l'écriture, surtout l'écriture philosophique, l'écriture politique? Est-ce qu'il y a des moments particuliers dans la journée par lesquels vous écrivez, le soir, le matin? Je suis très, très curieuse. Et quels sont les conseils que vous pourriez donner à nos jeunes qui, justement, vont reprendre votre pensée, vont la faire revivre? Quel engagement, quelle attention doivent-ils apporter? Et enfin, dans la continuité des travaux sur le néomatérialisme, sur le post-humanisme, quelles seraient selon vous les nouvelles thématiques que les nouvelles générations vont devoir penser et écrire?
Merci bien. Wow. So one word about Italy, because I think it connects to the question of writing. I had my own binary systems to work with and to undo. As you may know, I was born and lived in Italy until the age of 15, and then my family emigrated to Australia, Melbourne, where I grew up and stayed until 25, 24, 25, and then I took a scholarship and came to Paris to do my PhD, and from Paris, at the age of 32, I got the professorship in Utrecht. In this entire itinerary, when I was deciding what to do with my life, for instance, when I finished my MA in Canberra and I had to decide where to go, Italy was eliminated. Italy became my virtue. I just put it asleep. In fact, the binary Italy-Australia is something that I put away. I could never have solved that. When I was young in this town, I did a relatively long psychoanalysis precisely on that question. How can you decide between two? It's impossible. Binaries are all wrong. So I said, neither with, like we did with the Cold War, neither with the United States nor with the Soviet Union, neither with Australia, Paris, and then the Netherlands, where I met my beloved Anneke and built a brilliant life. So I continued a connection to my country, but mostly distant. I never wrote anything in Italian directly. I worked with the women's movement, published everything in translation, pretty terrible translations. And I left, and I was happy with that. It was not something that I needed to activate. It got activated for me, rather surprisingly, through two things. The publisher Castelvecchi, who decided that my books had to be reissued in Italian in chronological orders in new translations. And again, I said, oh, that usually is just incredible. What a privilege. And we've been doing that. The last ones come out now, transpositions and the Deleuze volume. Reissuing everything, very interesting, clever, wonderful publisher. And the first year, I think I had just done the first volume, I received a phone call from Italian television, La Sette, who say, somebody, just a wonderful young journalist, and says, we're looking for people who can talk about the technological revolution. Would you like to come to the talk show? This is the biggest Italian talk show. And I was in my little room in Utrecht, in front of my screen, with Anneke doing the makeup and doing up. And I went on like, why not type of thing. And I got interested in the transition from 45 minutes to 45 seconds, which is what you get on a talk show. And you can see some of the shows here have become a lot more synthetic. But I can't say that I actually took it very seriously, also because you switch off your computer, you're in Utrecht, what do you know? When 6 months later we go to Italy for vacation and people start stopping me in the street, I think, oh my God, what have we done here? And that's the turning point. At that point, I had choices to make. I still had not met the anchor woman, Lily Gruber. I met her 18 months after I started working. I didn't know her. She's fantastic, but I mean, I can say this now, not then. And then I made a plan. And I said, I don't know who did this to me. I don't know. Lily explained why. She thought that I could do it. She'd watched me online, and she thought, this is an academic that can actually say difficult things in simple language. So good for her that she tried. I had the choice, go, no go. I had just resigned from Utrecht University. I said, go. And I then reorganized my relationship to Italy along lines that I could not even have imagined. It's a total act of creation, and unrelated to my past. It is completely, in some ways, gratuitous. And at that point, it became possible for me to write in Italian, and I wrote the book that I had in me, I've had it in me for 30 years, which is the history of the women in my family. Dictated almost by my mother. My mother had to leave school at 15 from a poor family, migrant family in Australia, and poor people and migrants and making their best. And Bruna had told me that story. I had a huge archive. So I then, on the strength of being a TV personality, believe it or not, I got a big contract with a big commercial publisher, and I did it. 24, it comes out, and my mother dies 3 months later. I just managed to put it in her hands in Melbourne, and then she goes. So that I wrote is the only thing I wrote directly in Italian. And I hope that I can continue with that language. And it is a language that is the virtue in the sense that it has the purity of a language that was never really spoken. It is both very crystal clear and very childlike, and consequently quite effective. So I'm very moved that there are so many of you here. It is also a sad reality for my country that so many bright Italians live abroad. There's more bright, talented Italians outside Italy than inside. That always happens in periods of authoritarian regimes. It's a pity, but it's wonderful to have you, and thank you. I already told you about my relationship to writing. It is actually mediated by this binary, English-Italian, with Italian gone to sleep. French is extremely important because I did my PhD in France. Chronologically, French is the first foreign language that I learned. In Italy, people learned French in the Cold War, or German. But we were anti-fascist, so we were not going to learn German. So we did French. So coming back to France was extremely important. The PhD and the analysis and great many relationships were in French. So French is a very special language. And so my mother tongue is my third language. So to go back to the non-linearity of time, it's very much my third language. With English, very much the language of mastery and the language which processes everything. I am not just a writer, I'm a graphomaniac. If I don't write, I feel bad. I feel sick. I have to write. If there's nothing else, I would copy down the phone book. I miss phone books because you could copy them down. I need to write because it's a way of breathing. It's a way of being in reality. Yes, by hand, always with a number of booklets. I can show you the number of booklets that I carry with me. I think anybody who writes always has one or two with a selection of pens, and the digital natives do it differently, but it's the same thing, different screens within. For me, it's paper, it's pens, it's colors, it's a constant exercise in mapping the different moments of a day, the different collecting words, collecting moments, because you never know, as Virginia Woolf says, you never know when you may need it, so you collect a sentence here and a sentence there. I think I call them graphomaniacs, the people who need writing for living. A lot of the marginal people of the earth do that. You write and you dedicate it to God or to a virtual reality if you have nothing else. It's a bit the pedagogy of the oppressed in that respect. I talked about this also for those of you people online on my farewell lecture, the valedictory that I gave in Utrecht in June 2022, which was my retirement speech, where I talk about the importance of writing. But in order to write, you need to do my other second favorite activity. Read, 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 read and read. And when in doubt, read some more. Please stop not reading. I know you stopped reading because of the screens. Can you please go back to reading? Read, read, read and read. We have a whole generation stopped reading because of the impact of the technology. That's a form of microfascism. They want you to stop reading. Use reading as resistance. You need to know why Fanon said the things that he said about colonialism being bad for your mind. Fascism is bad for your mind, it's bad for democracy, but it's bad for your health. Read, 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 read. So a constant collection of books, and don't get me started on reading, but the valedictory does that very, very well. One last thing, I write anyway, kitchen table will do, I have my writing corners, and my best moments are writing with music, or rather, writing with soundscapes. And I have several artist friends who make compositions for me. Music, sounds that keep you connected, but not kind of too colonized by narratives. Sounds that make you feel the roar of the energies that you need to think against the stream, which is what all of us do. So I have a whole collection of music with a great preference for the Baroque. I am a Deleuzian. And of course, girls' bands, chicks' bands from way back, that continues beyond. The generational issues, I think, is built into this in the sense that I love the world that I live in. I'm not a nostalgic for anything. I don't think that the 70s were particularly great. I don't think that the early days of feminism were particularly glorious. There were as many fights as we had today. I seldom look back, but I do work with the virtual towards a kind of an opening up of possibilities. And I've had the grace and the fortune of working with younger people. That's what the university is. It's about the next generation. The university is a massive data bank of intergenerational relationships. It's about the next big thing, which is you. So my task now, to answer your last question, is to become a good ancestor, to enable, in whichever way I can, you to actualize the best version of you that you can come up with. And if my books and my work can escort you along this, I will have been a very lucky woman to have you as my reader. So thank you for that, and I keep on learning from where you will have taken something that will have been the object of desire and passion, my beloved books, which are obviously not mine. Thank you.
Bonjour, je suis Romina De Novellis, parmi les 7 Italiens, performance artist et anthropologue. Madame Bredotti, pour faire ce que je fais dans la vie et être la femme que j'incarne, j'ai dû apprendre à casser les normes et tous les cadres. Et j'ai dû apprendre à être politiquement correcte. Et j'ai choisi du coup une autre forme géométrique, pas le cadre, mais la diagonale. Une diagonale qui me apprend au quotidien à garder une responsabilité politique et une éthique. Alors, je suis ravie de pouvoir vous poser une question dont j'ai entendu parler voilà, à travers vos études et vos interviews. Vous avez qualifié le politiquement correct comme une arme de bataille de la droite globale, une véritable fumée aux yeux qui détourne l'attention des rapports matériels de pouvoir. Pourtant, il semble que certaines pratiques du politiquement correct soient également adoptées à gauche, y compris dans le féminisme auquel j'adhère en tant qu'écoféministe, les luttes LGBTQIA+, et le militantisme antivalidiste auquel j'adhère aussi, parfois comme une norme morale ou un impératif linguistique. Selon vous, comment peut-on sortir de ce piège destructif, souvent, tout en préservant une responsabilité politique et éthique du langage?
Again, simple question. Thank you very much. Looking forward to Saturday, Romina, as well. So I do maintain my position, which has been confirmed by the work that I've done on the big media, where we come across the right systematically in our talk show. And again, I want to thank the genius of the anchor woman who's taught me so very much, and what an honor it is to be trained by a person, a journalist of the stature of Gruber. But we do come across the right constantly, and it's absolutely clear that they are using categories of political correctness and wokeness in a totally deliberate, invented manner to hit the values and the projects of feminism, of LGBTQ liberation, if we want to use old-fashioned terms. It's in Trump's lip every day. We've got nothing else to say. It's always woke, and then let's send ICE to beat them up. And the woman was a lesbian. Let's shoot her 3 times just to make sure. So there's no question that there is a serious witch hunt being done of the radical left under the heading of these categories. So I resist them very strongly, because I agree with you, there are moments where on the left as well, we have our authoritarian moments, we have maybe excessive moments. It's always been part of the history where we know we're not allowed to say that, be careful with that. But I really see them as minor ripples within a movement that is, first of all, global. Just think what Iranian women and LGBTQ people are doing right now and have been doing. for decades. Iran has 2 women Nobel Prize winners, one in 2003, one in 2023. So these are serious struggles for human dignity and freedom. And I want to keep my eyes firmly sort of fixed on that. Anything that is identity-driven will have a censorship moment. That's why we have to drop that and stick to the values that we carry. What needs to be done now is, in my modest opinion, pull apart the ethics and the politics of the great coalition LGBTQ and look at what values we defend. If we agree that there is a massive proportion of this community that is actually very right-wing, that really want a transformation of the human in a certain direction, well, can we, first of all, acknowledge, can we map it? Can we talk to them? Can we say, actually, you're also using surrogacy to create a world of white man for white men? Now, how would that work? Would I be allowed to do the same? And what are we going towards? Have a conversation about what the vision of the human is that is being organized right now. Have the courage to do an analysis of the micro-fascist formations within our own political family. It's not a tragedy. It's part of the nomadic politics that you have the moments, methodological and tactical, when you say, actually, we didn't do this properly. It shouldn't be, this is not right. We should be doing it this way, instead of accusing, attacking, critiquing, canceling, and becoming authoritarian. That is the micro-fascist moment, when you become authoritarian in the name of a higher cause. Well, I actually believe in that higher cause, liberation, respect, freedom. I don't absolutely agree with the tactics or the methods involved. We need to have, we are strong enough to be able to do that. And I think, and you will see how many of these ideological formations, identitarian formations, are actually pretty manipulated by the right. You need to read the reports that the European Union is putting out on the amount of money that the American right is putting into undoing human rights in Europe. We're talking about a systematic campaign of demolition of our civil rights, of our human rights. They lost abortion in the United States. They want it out in Europe. It's very well funded, very well organized. There is a network of the think tanks of the right, starting from the Heritage Foundation, going through Hungary. Italy is a major hub, and they are undoing the process of emancipation. Why? Because emancipation is a side effect of modernity, and modernity for the neo-fascists is evil. Emancipation has to go. Inequalities, discrimination, racial selections have to come back in. It's written in their text. I'm not making this up. It's in their text. And woke and political correctness are the sticks that they use to go after us. And it is completely in our face, so to speak. A small detail, I know this town very well. Went down the Seine yesterday. Of course, les bouquinistes are still there. Never underestimate the bouquinistes. They're very savvy marketeers. They know exactly what to do. Ladies and gentlemen and others, it was the biggest collection of fascist books I've ever seen in my long history. I bought a couple. There was one of Arthur de Gobineau on the inequality of races for 15 euros. I'm going to send that to Paul Gilroy immediately. He will be forever. This is the founding text of modern racism. And next to it, text by Goebbels, by Mussolini, by Ezra Pound, by de Rochelle. I thought, well, guys, you're really well equipped here. They went, oh, ça va bien, oui, ça va, il y a une demande du marché. Okay, it's that simple, okay, that simple. So reorganize, assemble the people. Don't get blocked by that. I know it's difficult, but as an intellectual community, we need to address the micro-fascist formation in a manner that would allow us to come to the core issue. And not a tragedy that we have micro-fascists in our midst. It means that the LGBT community is gigantic, it's huge. We have all kinds of people within it. We need to move beyond those labels and get alive, get real, of the values and on the issues. I notice also feminist movements everywhere. I mentioned already Iran, but it's on the Eastern Front, and Polish women fighting for. It's an age of incredible activism. We've seen it over Gaza. We've seen it over the peace efforts. Active people are really, really active. And our friends in the United States are sending us encrypted messages to say that the media is not telling you how huge the resistance is. In fact, they are working on alternative, almost satellite sources to be able to tell you how gigantic the opposition to Trump is. People are street by street fighting, and they're encrypting messages to be able to talk to us. And here you have it, again, the missing people. We need coalitions and alliances on these major. We need to re-radicalize again, as my beloved Donna Haraway would say, and not stop, however painful they may be, at the moments where we have our own moments of authoritarian regression. They're part of the process. Our politics is affirmative. Our views are for a future where we would have to negotiate with the new master race of this technological revolution. I love the technology. I don't want to do without it. I don't want it in the hands of one autarkic group of oligarchs who will redesign the human in their image. And it will be white, and it will be some sort of male, and it will be some sort of enhanced organism. Well, not on our watch and not in my name. That is for me the crucial battle line, the battle for the human, the post-human to come. And I am absolutely convinced that it is within our means and powers to play a role, to get it back. I just believe in it. And if you believe in progress, you are a believer. So I have also worked on the post-secular, on being a believer. But it's part of the deal.
Thank you so much.
What a marathon. What a marathon. What happens now?
If you accept, actually, we can open to the audience, so it's kind of question to the audience. Also, to other colleagues, like see if you part of the team want to add questions, obviously you open up. But you welcome. And we would like to, for the last half an hour, to have an exchange with the audience, so students down there, if you have any questions. So that's a moment also for you and for the rest of the audience. So just raise your hands and gonna.
We take 2 questions at a time. So
Yeah, two to three questions in line, then Rosie will reply. There's a micro in this. Okay, no, there's a micro down there. So Juan Carlos has a micro. So
can be anything.
Don't
doesn't
be
have to be
shy.
anything at all. So.
Hi, thank you very much. The first thing I was really interested in was you were talking about how desire and fantasy is king, and how often that is what leads people to have certain courses of action. And so I was wondering, how can we redefine desire and action in this new age to kind of promote the action that is necessary in sort of post-humanist relations?
Thank you.
No.
I go with that, Doctor. No. It's a different question from this then. Yeah. Okay. So stop me then. Or if you have
I will.
No. Okay. So thank you for going back on a crucial knot, the desire fantasy. Where do we go with it? That allows me to be more precise about the type of operation. My concept of desire is coming from the Spinoza source on the one hand as a vital energy, and the other line that is very strong in Deleuze and Guattari is the psychoanalytic line, in the sense that it brings back a concept which I use as an adjective, and I would encourage you to use it as an adjective, and that's the unconscious. Unconscious processes, pre-conscious, I go pre-verbalized, you can choose, it's a very heavily loaded concept, so use it as an adjective. And the crucial thing is this: actually, you're not the boss of your own desires. Actually, you don't have a clue of what you want. And you know what? It's not a tragedy. It's just a human condition. Neoliberalism, and before that even individual liberalism, made the will the determining factor. You need to say what you mean what you say what you mean before you say it. It's volitional, it's conscious, it's controlled. The entire project of modernity is postulated on conscious, rational choice. You will it, you choose it, you execute it, and if you don't, okay, Freud already at the end of the 1880s already, he was saying, actually, it's not that linear. Actually, the hysterics, or women who suffer from memories that they can't process, have taught me that forgetting to forget haunts you. You forgot to forget. Something returns. You remember it, but you don't know what it is. It remember. It repeats. And I don't get it. Why am I doing this? Now, the moments in our life where we ask, why am I doing this, are usually the moments where we're having a bad affair. Or having an extra drink that we shouldn't have. Or we're doing something that really we shouldn't. Oh, no, I'm not doing this again, right? Our lovers being our symptoms, or our shopping habits being our symptoms, is when you repeat something that you pertinently do know is not good for you, that you understand that you're not the boss of your own desires, and it's not a tragedy. It's been part of being human. In other words, what desire as a relational force does, I'm now switching more to Spinoza, but I will return to the Freudian tradition, is that you are cut through by the desires of others, by a set of relations. If you are a Gwyneth Paltrow new agey person, even breathing is a relation to the cosmos. Actually, she's not wrong. She's silly, but she's not wrong. You relate to an infinity of sources and elements and forces in the space of a sentence. You are traversed, cut through, shot through with the presence of others. Who knows this very well is psychotic patients. And this is why Deleuze and Guattari are very interested in psychosis, where actually the boundaries fall and you see a sentient being shot through with intensities, unable to contain them. Antonin Artaud, who shouts his pains, howls it to the night. So the pathology gives you the extent of the truth of normality. This is exactly what we are. And then we are contained by our skin, by an identity, by a set of rules that makes us function. But the unconscious processes are simply modes of relations that you are the recipient of, not the owner of. And that letting go of the rational control, both for Spinoza and for Freud, is sanity. So sanity does not rely on rational control and volitional, stability. Sanity resides in letting go nomadically. You are in the hands of others. Within that, there are limits. We're complex, but we're not unlimited. We have a skin, remember? We are contained. The skin, which is open, porous, contains us, and at the same time relates. Deleuze offers us an interesting intervention in this, because the unconscious is so loaded. He has, of course, the term that we need. Liberalism says you're an individual. Nomadic thought says you're a dividual. You're divided within by the presence of others. Thank the Lord. Imagine otherwise and what we would be. So this means that before you authoritatively and sometimes microfascistically express your desire, your identity, your fantasy, ask yourself whether you know what the hell you're talking about. Because all of those are relational. They don't depend on you. You say, I would love to be Naomi Campbell, sure. What does that even mean, right? I would love to be a movie star. I would love to be the most famous philosopher in the history of philosophy, probably true somewhere along the line. Beware of your fantasies, because they may come true, but you may not be the motor of that. So there is a certain sense of humility, which is very strong in Deleuze, a stoicism that says, scale it down a bit. Do not assume that you know a priori where you're going or what you're capable of. Relate, debate, map it, negotiate. And negotiation is a very important term, negotiation being effective modes of finding some meta-stability in the flows of relation. The drama of, and I go back to the politically correct question, of a lot of political movement is that we assume a priori my identification is. Identification are unconscious processes. You find out after who you and what you're identified with. You cannot say, I am identified with the Führer. Well, actually, Peter Thiel says that, I am identified with Hitler. I hope he knows what he's saying. Or I am identified with Simone de Beauvoir. A posteriori, you can say, yes, this is a point of identification. But you can know it afterwards. After what? After you've entered a mode of relation and worked through a set of negotiations with the person, the relation, the text that you think you're identifying with. Be humble. Do not assume that you know a priori the destination of your existential becoming. A nomadic subject does not know. A nomadic subject entrusts the process and the modes of relation to others through an affirmative ethics, whereby we are not in the business of destroying each other, not us, not the Spinoza's affirmative front. And we're not in the business of hurting each other unless we really go wrong. We are in the business of trying to find the metastability of affirmative ethics. And that kind of is the deal. That would take care of political correctness, because anybody who says, this is my identity, this is my identification, has to be lying. Has to be. According to a individual vision of subjectivity. You do not know. You can find out in the going. Be humble. Relate. Work on it. Do not foreclose psychoanalytic concept, the process of becoming, because that's microfascism. Then you say, I am becoming. What Elon Musk is like that. He knows what we're becoming. You know which microchips we need, what neural enhancement we need, how much oxygen we would need on Mars. He has it all sorted out. It will go wrong a million times, of course, but they preempt the process of becoming. So don't do that. And unconscious is a liberation of multiple virtual possibilities. The operation is the unconscious minus Hegel. That's the operation. It's Lacan minus Kojève. That's, if you do philosophy, that's the operation. I see you nodding until your head falls off.
Do we have time for any last question? Do you have Vinny?
Sure. We have.
You want to accept one last question?
Yes, fine.
Last question?
Okay. Nelly Kemener, I'm a professor in communication studies at Sorbonne University. What do you expect of this 2 days of symposium? How not to recreate a kind of entre-soi around your work, and how to make it political and concretely political. And second question, because there's 2 questions. Well, you talked a lot about joy, which is a very interesting becoming. Though, how do we fight institutional exhaustion? How do we fight institutional anger? And how do we create space for reading, for thinking, when the regimes of power are so hard that sometimes it's difficult to be available for this? Thank you.
How well I recognize what you are saying. Let me start from the second question, then conclude with the first one on the conference. The nihilism is the problem here. The negativity, but you can translate it into different forms of nihilism that we are surrounded by. The nihilism of the left that says it's now really too late, only armed rebellion can do it. So let's return to the storming of the Winter Palace, shall we? Let's have some more casualties, given that there is no other vision in sight. The nihilism of the right that is prepared to sacrifice a proportion of the world population to get the master race going. And these are massive micro-political, micro-fascist formations that affect everything that we do. Capitalism took over the university throughout the 90s, as I said, by introducing these fake star systems and then the monetarization of knowledge. Cognitive capitalism monetarizes knowledge and research. That's what they do. They don't need the university anymore, and they are disposing of it without, in no uncertain terms. Certainly something that is called les sciences humaines, which I proposed to call the sciences post-humaines already 20 years ago. Nobody took my book in France. They said, certainly anything that is humain will go. They don't need it. You need to read Peter Thiel's PhD. That's the thing to read now. Understand that this is what's happening. So the university has to go, will be replaced by private institution. I think one of the things that we may want to think about, if I were young I would, I think Jennifer is thinking about this, is private academy of critical theory, paying fees, privatize. Market economy, the market economy need not be a capitalist economy. It can be a market economy. It can be commons, it can be collectives, it can be cooperatives. If you want to rescue critical theory, your generation may need to think to go private. Elements are coming up. Francesca Ferrando, my beloved former student, has a post-human networks where actually they are self-funded to a certain extent, minimally, but enough to keep going. Otherwise, it's going to go. They don't need this. They don't need any of this. Doesn't make money. It's a waste of time. Universities are beds of leftists, and you see what Trump is doing. It's not any different in other countries, starving them out. Orban in Hungary, again, he's the Trumpian in our continent. The think tank of the right, the institutions. I'm very happy to be working with a very progressive institute. Orban's Institute, which is a very ominous name, is a massively, massively well-funded philosophy school of real discrimination and inequality. It's in your face. We need to be looking at those. The PhDs and the MA theses have to be, from now on right-wing philosophies. Switch. Stop writing about the left. Start writing about the right. What are their ideas? Why do they think that the Gobineau's theory of inequality is the future of humanity? Tell me how. Beautiful MA thesis. Work on that. And be prepared for a massive resistance. Exhaustion, I have written about this in Posthuman Knowledge. It has an ode to exhaustion at the end, which I understand has been put to music, but they didn't send it to me. It's at the end of Posthuman Knowledge, I say, quoting Deleuze, être épuisé, ce n'est pas être fatigué. On est fatigué de quelque chose, mais épuisé, c'est intransitif. Épuisé, point. You're exhausted in an intransitive state. You're not tired. You're tired of something. Tired has an object. Exhausted is a state. It's ontological. And you can go with the nihilism and say, oh, God. Or you can stop for a moment and say, here's the moment. Here's the moment of the Spinoza's transformation. You need people. You need to be in groups and say, we are emptying out of a lot of things, including some of the garbage the university forces upon us. We are now empty. Okay, how can we instill within this processes by which we activate alternatives? What could we be doing? And then you can decide what the action is. In women's studies, feminist studies, queer gender studies, in the beginning, we had to do this in an era when the university was not under attack. We wanted to do feminist philosophy. There was no feminist philosophy. How do you activate what is not yet there, the virtual? Not yet or no longer, because it's always a time continuum. How do you activate? You get together, but on the basis of a cartography that you need to be sharing. We need to agree. I asked you a pretty tough deal. I said there is an absolute hegemonic thinking of right-wing philosophies. We need to study them, analyze them, pull them apart, create the alternative. That's a program. People may say, oh, I'm not going to read them fast. Actually, it's very liberating to read them, because all of a sudden you understand that you're not going crazy. These people know exactly what they're doing. It's not a delirium, it's a program. And they've got networks of institutes pumping that program under our very noses in this very town, which is, of course, very desirable for the right. So we need to share our cartography, switch. Actually move out of the left, actually. Look at the right and work on the antidotes. You may find that the exhausted institution may be grateful for some alternatives. We'll be grateful for a creative, critical reading of how we got to this point where the university has to struggle for survival. I mean, universities in Europe are 900 years old, 700, the Sorbonne is 600 years old, and they're fighting for survival. They are older than the nation states, they're older than capitalism, and they're struggling to survive. What is going on? And I know I work with a lot of think tanks on this. There's a lot of concern at higher level that they have to work with these awful neoliberal rules that don't come from the university, they come from politics. They're looking for alternatives. So you can also say, I stay in, take the risk of exhaustion, and have counter proposals. Or vote with your feet. We create the private academies of critical theory, charge basic fees. There's new generation of entrepreneurs, influencers, sort of startup developers who are in a position to help us. Maybe we take that. Let's have the courage to think of alternatives. It wouldn't be what I would do, but anyway, I'm too old anyway. But it's a possible option. But the university, such as we know it in the sciences humaines, is finished. No question of that. So now, get active. And from this moment on, we look for possible ways to renew it, to revive it, to make it survive, to build a monument to it. But let's engage with those forces outside who are waiting for us to collapse. The think tank, the institutions of the right who are simply waiting and have the alternative philosophies already in place to show how utterly irrelevant we have become, which is how they tell us on a daily level. You represent, oh yeah, those old ideology, those woke ideas. Oh, not that again. Oh, not that again. So a lot of work also to renew the language, to be creative about the terminologies that we use. But I don't want to leave you on a very sad note. Exhaustion with Beckett is Deleuze's book on Beckett. Is about the incredible source of energy that comes from having emptied out. It's a bit of a Zen moment, out of which unexpected virtual possibilities, the relational mode that I was talking about before, can pop up. And maybe emptying out and being exhausted more often can be the start of the renewal, except that the psychopharmaceutic companies are waiting for you, and the moment you're exhausted, they slip. In this country, the psychopharmaceutics are out of control. So they have already even control your mood, and even exhaustion has been monetarized. But maybe looking at the potential of it as a source of joy could be a way to go about it. This is a very feminist way to go about it.
And I would say, as you always say, don't organize.
Don't agonize, organize. But I know all about that problem. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can sit down. It's my place. It's easier. Okay. Thank you so much. So we arrive at the end of this first part of the day. So I really thank everybody for attending this session. We see at 2 p.m. for the second part of the day with a workshop led by Laura Kirstenbaum and Alix de Moran, Cultiver la joie, which be a performative atelier workshop. So we are supposed to do something, huh? Yeah, movemented, like a movemented, workshop, dance, something which involve your body. So consider you attend that at 2 o'clock before the first panel and 2:30. So just a small, it will take, here. It will take place here. Just a small announcement for the audience. We have provided food for part of for the panelists and part of the people who were invited. So, and we do not check everybody. So everybody is welcome, but will be, if everybody would go there won't be enough for the four. We are just ordered for 50 people. So it's up to you whether you're going to join. It will be a nice moment to share. So we're going to check everything, anybody. So you're going to come, so save yourself. but we provided for 50 people. So, yeah. So it's up to you. Everybody's welcome. Maybe you're gonna have half of a lunch, but which be maybe nice for the movement, not to be so heavy. Have a full stomach. So maybe it's a good choice. So thank you so much, and we will meet you here too. Thank you.
Noi andiamo a casa,
Vai,
perché adesso
tranquilla.
devo recuperare.
È stata stupenda.
È stata benissimo, ma domande incredibili. Thank you everyone, merci a tout le monde.
Yes, so I'm calling the panelists for of the panel one, nomadism and becoming, to join down on stage, please. So, Martina, Kewal, Jimmy King. Yeah, okay, everybody's here. So I'm calling the panelists for of the and we're gonna add a chair. No, we're gonna add a chair. Nomadism and becoming. Sarah. Oh, you wanna stay there? You like there? No. Do you like it? It's comfortable for you? Okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Do you like it? Yeah, we can hear. Okay, thank you. Okay, perfect. Okay, that's fine. So, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody to this first panel of the afternoon. So for this first day, for day one, and I have some announcement to do to you now before we start with the panel. So the first one is an apology because we have there was a big mistake with the order we did. The order we did lunch and wow, we did mistakes, so there was not that much food for everybody. So we apologize, and we have found a solution for tomorrow. So there's still something happening in the micro. So we. The first one is an apology because we have there was a big mistake with the order we did. The order we did lunch and wow, we did mistakes, so there was not that much food for everybody. So we apologize, and we have found a solution for tomorrow. So there's still something happening in the micro. So we. Okay. Yeah, it's my experience. It's also talking actually. I'm optimistic about it. Sure. Everybody knows actually. So, okay, thank you. So the first announcement was an apology. The second one is I need to announce to inform you that translation is available also from English into French, but also from French into English. So when there will be presentation by French speakers, even before you can ask. Okay, thank you. You can ask a headphone so you can access the translation and Caroline Marguerite, yes, at the bottom of the whole, yeah, is the one who manages the headphones. I just Yeah. That's fine now. Thank you. Okay, fine. So I have a third announcement for the presentation. I have a very persistent spirit. Yeah? That's fine now. Thank you. Okay, fine. So I have a third announcement for the presentation. That's fine now. Thank you. Okay, fine. So I have a third announcement for the presentation. No, che non possiamo registrare, esatto. Non possiamo online. La direct. Okay. So I can try to do my third announcement. The communication of Lean, yes, has been translated into English. Is that right? The papers we have? No, I'm right. Which one is? Huh? Sorry, Sofia Mattioli. Yeah, okay, excuse me, because she was supposed to speak in Italian. So I'm sorry. So the communication of Sofia Mattioli has been translated into English. So, and a written translation is available for you. You just ask Sarah to have access to this English translation. And nevertheless, a translation into French will be available in the headphones. So if you want to listen to the communication of Sofia Mattioli into French, reading in French, you need to just ask for headphones to Marguerite or Hiv in the back of the hall. So, Sarah, there are also hands up here. Lot of hands. Oh, oui, sorry, thank you. Excusez-moi. L'intervention de Sofia Mattioli a été traduite en anglais, c'est le texte qui a été distribué, mais une version en français sera, parce que Sofia Mattioli interviendra en italien, donc, mais une version en français sera disponible, c'est-à-dire que vous pourrez l'écouter en français dans le casque, parce que Yves et Marguerite vont faire la traduction en français. Donc du coup, 3 langues seront disponibles en même temps, l'anglais écrit, l'italien en direct et le français dans le casque. Voilà, we're going to try to manage 2 languages, we're going to do it. And finally, yes, Sarah, here, because if you miss this one, it's going to be hell. Thank you. And also here. So finally, lascio Enrique ti presenta. Okay, finally finished my intervention. So I leave the stage. Thank you. So I leave the stage. I leave the stage to Nelike Mener, who's going to chair this first panel, Nomadism and Becoming. So enjoy.
Thank you, Marco. So we'll start right away with Sofia Mattioli. So I'll leave the stage to you. We'll say you have more or less 20 minutes. If it's a bit less or a bit more, I won't be too strict.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Sofia Mattioli. I'm an Italian journalist who has been studying Rosi's Berdotti impact on philosophy, with particular attention to the intersection between post-digital politics and cyber theory. With this contribution today, I would like to pay tribute on nomadism in the post-digital age. Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity. La separazione tra la nostra pelle e l'algoritmo si è assottigliata, dissolta. Le nostre soggettività sono ibride, espanse. Entriamo in contatto con proiezioni digitali ogni giorno, fin da quando il cyborg di Donna Haraway negli anni 80 e 90 ci ha regalato nuovi occhi con cui guardare la fusione individuo e macchina. Allo stesso tempo, Braidotti lo ha sottolineato prima, viviamo in tempi bui, ostili, di appiattimento delle differenze, di dominio della norma rappresentativa e interpretativa del reale, di repressione delle istanze collettive difformi, per mano di vecchie e nuove politiche reazionarie, neofasciste, logiche patriarcali o capitalistiche. I corpi non conformi sono ormai sempre più spesso bersaglio di repressioni da parte di istanze conservatrici in Europa o negli Stati Uniti. I fondamentali diritti di donne e identità non binarie vengono sempre più spesso negati o sono sotto attacco. Il controllo dei corpi passa anche attraverso la tecnologia e l'algoritmo. L'algoritmo è uno specchio che amplifica e perpetua stereotipi e discriminazione di genere preesistenti. L'algoritmo non è neutro, ma è progettato sistematicamente per escludere le parti più vulnerabili della società civile. Il corpo digitale, ancora più se non conforme, è sempre esposto al controllo dello sguardo patriarcale. Le immagini con cui l'intelligenza artificiale è stata allenata non sono neutrali, ma cariche di pregiudizi di genere che rendono difficile, se non impossibile oggi, disquisire dell'esistenza o meno di un'intelligenza artificiale etica. Alcuni dati lo confermano: le donne sono 27 volte più esposte alla violenza digitale rispetto agli uomini, secondo le Nazioni Unite. Per questo, oggi più che mai, il rifiuto del binarismo di genere è un tema urgente, politico, prima ancora che accademico. Il pensiero di Rosi Braidotti prende corpo così, come una forma inevitabile di resistenza. Resistenza nei confronti del tentativo oppressivo di ridurre ogni specificità in norma e ogni norma in controllo. Quando ho avuto l'onore e il piacere di intervistare Rosi Braidotti per il quotidiano italiano Domani, mi sono chiesta come tradurre oggi la potenza rivoluzionaria del sistema rizomatico, fluido, ma radicato in soggettività corporee ben precise. Ora, attraverso interventi e propaggini che combinano sovversione, glitch e femminismo, in questo breve intervento cercherò di indagare quale sia l'eredità della soggettività nomade nell'era post-digitale e dell'ibrido come alternativa al codice. Il bello del mostruoso, scrive Rosy Braidotti, in Madri, Mostri e Macchine, è che vince sempre, anche attraverso i nostri schermi. Cosa possono oggi le femministe, le artiste digitali, donne non binarie, per tradurre l'imprevisto, l'errore, l'anomalia in una forma di dissenso, di protesta collettiva? Perché l'individuo come entità separata dal resto non è più credibile? Come il cyborg può diventare un mito politico femminista? La simbologia cyborg può essere non più un oggetto di forza, monopolio dell'uomo cisgender, ma un'alternativa, un attacco frontale all'oscurantismo dei movimenti neofascisti che vogliono ristabilire un modus apparentemente naturale. Quel modus è solo un pretesto per creare una finta unità di stampo sessista, razzista e nazionalista. Inizierei con queste parole pronunciate dai Braidotti più di un anno fa durante l'intervista per riflettere sul potere odierno dei rizomi digitali in opposizione a sistemi rigidi e binari. Artiste, donne non binary, dagli anni 80-90 a oggi, hanno opposto la loro arte a chi le voleva cristallizzate in identità univoche e fisse. Con l'arma della digital art, trasformando il pensiero di Haraway e Braidotti in azione, schiere di creative hanno inventato nuove vie per sottrarsi al codice binario, comune sia all'informatica ma anche alle rigide divisioni di genere. Altri artisti hanno plasmato dalla loro pelle avatar, sovvertito sistemi, indagato l'effetto perturbante del glitch, dell'imprevisto, dell'errore 404. La risignificazione del cyborg non è ancora finita e mostra il superamento del pensiero dualistico. La pratica artistica ha traghettato fuori dalla cornice codificata e pensata da un mondo di uomini per uomini il futuro. Cyberartisti hanno ripensato il loro corpo con le propagine antitetiche alla dea, tentando di far saltare in aria le strutture informatiche patriarcali e piramidali. Il movimento politico che meglio incarna la spinta affermativa della politica nomade è il femminismo, scrive Beredotti in Materialismo radicale. La seconda ondata femminista degli anni 70 non si è limitata alla critica della falsa universalità del sistema democratico liberale e delle promesse non mantenute dell'umanesimo elitario. Qual è oggi l'eredità di questa forma di dissenso? È possibile sia digitale? Pratiche ispirate all'orizzontalità dell'ipertesto, all'interruzione del funzionamento delle macchine, sono tuttora forme di affermazione, di rifiuto, di protesta. L'utilizzo della narrazione social come forma espressiva di denuncia simboleggia il rituale coercitivo di codici estetici a cui non vogliamo più essere sottoposte, in tempi in cui assistiamo alla progressiva trasformazione dei nostri profili in ego brand. Collettivi artistici hanno smascherato stereotipi di genere insiti nell'intelligenza artificiale come forma di espressione politica. L'intrusione del tentacolare dell'orrido, ancor più se di pixel, diventano così un modo di non sottomettersi a standard fissi. Se non esiste da tempo una divisione tra online e offline, cosa le arti digitali possono insegnarci attraverso le lenti del cyberfemminismo? Guardando ai primi esempi di social media art, l'arte che ha iniziato a sfruttare il potere capillare e le identità multiple offerte dai primi avatar online, conosciamo una rappresentazione odierna della soggettività nomade di Beredotti. Tutti mescoliamo, senza nemmeno rendercene conto, realismo e finzione nei feed che creiamo e vediamo scorrere sulle piattaforme. È quella che nel libro Weak Signals, New Narratives in Art and Technology gli autori definiscono performance authenticity, orchestrare l'autenticità. In che modo tradurre questa performance non in una visione capitalistica, ma in sovversione? In quest'epoca di mutamenti accelerati, molti punti di riferimento tradizionali e vecchie abitudini stanno subendo un processo di ricomposizione. È necessaria una maggiore creatività concettuale, scrive Beredotti in Metamorfosi, verso una teoria materialista del divenire. Vorrei iniziare proprio da qua, dal potere sovversivo della creatività, la creatività della differenza, l'alterità del singolo, seppure in dialogo, è quindi il solo motivo di avanzamento culturale. Non esiste alcun progresso che si limiti a un'unica appartenenza identitaria. Solo la pluralità che valorizza ogni soggettività presente è la chiave per superare l'oscurantismo e una tecnologia sempre più inghiottita dal deterioramento delle piattaforme e da una capitalizzazione non solo dei nostri dati, ma delle nostre emozioni. Contrariamente alla versione testosteronica, robotica, scintillante maschile, il cyborg ha potenzialità di ibridazione infinite. Prima di Haraway e Beredotti era solo un mito plasmato da uomini per uomini. Quella che ruota attorno alle forme di corpo robotico in funzione del desiderio maschile è una narrazione che attraversa secoli, estetiche ed epoche, dalle icone di film di fantascienza alle voci artificiali, assertive, degli assistenti virtuali domestici, che ribadiscono un ruolo ancillare e meramente funzionale, passando per umanoidi che imitano le sembianze di bambole, dei tratti ipertrofici. La ruvidità metallica veniva addolcita da profili dolci, capelli ben curati e un incarnato levigato, connotati che si associano al lavorio sui corpi femminili da parte dello sguardo maschile per far sì che siano eternamente desiderabili e giovani. Cosa fanno le artiste digitali per sovvertire tutto ciò? Rompono le macchine, sovvertono la regola, denunciano il doppio standard attraverso l'interruzione, la sostituzione, il glitch. Pratiche che portano sulla superficie del cyborg bambola i paradossi. Lo ha fatto per esempio il collettivo The Barbie Liberation, che nel 1993 ha invertito i chip di bambolotti parlanti, Barbie e G.I. Joe, come azione di sabotaggio e poi li ha rimessi sullo scaffale, denunciando frasi cariche di stereotipi e implicitamente così l'educazione sessista e condizionata da bias che veniva, e spesso viene ancora oggi, impartita a bambini e bambine in maniera totalmente diversa. Anche alzare la voce sintetica è una forma di protesta. Fin da Eliza e il chatterbot che simula una conversazione umana, le voci sintetiche accondiscendenti e compiacenti, complici, accompagnano ogni nostra richiesta e ci ricordano quanto importante sia avere risposte pronte e vedere i nostri desideri prontamente soddisfatti. Sono tutte voci storicamente femminili. La tecnologia e la casa, la domotica, tutto quello che è seducente nell'immaginario maschile ha un corpo e una voce femminile. Fin dagli albori della net art, un manipolo di artiste hanno raccolto gli input offerti dagli schermi a tubo catodico, filosofie post-human, per raccontare il presente e tracciare i propri contorni, contrarli, espandersi, ma soprattutto urlare, quando invece il sistema le voleva silenziose, silenziate, suadenti, utilizzare la loro voce in distorsioni sonore, urla, gridolì, da Laurie Anderson in poi, per protestare contro un silenziamento secolare. Lo spazio dilatato e scivoloso dei corpi è una delle materie preferite della digital art da sempre. Coprire, camuffarsi, nascondere il viso, in tempi di digital surveillance è sempre più comune. Anche dal mondo di pixel dei videogiochi, storicamente dominato dallo sguardo maschile, artisti digitali hanno tratto ispirazione in materia per elaborare nuovi codici. Se si possono inventare filtri per quella che la giornalista e autrice Gia Tolentino chiama Instagram Face, si possono anche usare nuovi esperimenti, alterando i connotati del volto per renderlo mostruoso, irriconoscibile. Cercare il mostruoso, lo stesso mostruoso che resiste come mito femminista, lo stesso mostruoso indagato da Braidotti. Ecco un proliferare di tentacoli di pixel, macchie, sgretolamenti digitali. Le artiste digitali hanno usato perfino i filtri Instagram come strumento creativo, variabile non sottoposta alla codifica eteronormativa della bellezza. Le fusioni reale-virtuale, gli ibridi animale-vegetale, le sperimentazioni interspecie con ali, code, sollevano il velo sul fascino delle identità in divenire, lo rivendicano. Eludere le rigide regole di sorveglianza, essere viste come inarrestabili, fameliche, indefinibili, incontenibili, difformi, post-identitarie, non a uso-consumo dello sguardo. Non solo streghe, in versione witch talk, secondo il trend TikTok che riprende il mito della strega, ma anche sirene meccaniche che portano il corpo fuori rotta, furie che nascono dal sangue, amazzoni e infinite variazioni digitali mostruose. Le soggettività nomadi fanno venire a galla tutto ciò che è rimosso. L'ibrido, il meraviglioso, il grottesco, tutto torna a galla. Nel saggio Filtering Feminism, Emergent Feminist Visibilities on Instagram, Laura Savoyman scrive: la nozione di filtering arricchisce la ricerca esistente su come gli ambienti online riconfigurano la politica femminista. I filtri, almeno a prima vista, potrebbero dar ragione all'equazione ipertrofica dell'io, ma qua siamo per ribadire il contrario, e le artiste digitali dimostrano il contrario. Ecco tentacoli, bocche fameliche che ci chiamano all'appello e ci liberano. Finirei l'intervento come un cerchio che si chiude, citando un estratto sulla libertà dell'intervista a Braidotti, a cui sono molto grata per il tempo e per lo spazio dedicatomi oggi, ma anche nell'intervista che ho fatto per Domani Editoriale. La libertà è uno sforzo collettivo. In questo periodo cupo, in cui i diritti di autodeterminazione dei corpi vengono messi in discussione dalle destre neofasciste, in Europa e non solo, che significato ha la lotta intersezionale? Questa era la mia domanda. Vi leggo la risposta di Braidotti e concluderei così con un messaggio e una domanda aperta. La libertà è uno sforzo collettivo. Il movimento femminista l'ha sempre sostenuto. Tutte si sono battute per tutte, perché siamo tutte in questa notte. Finché non saremo tutte libere, nessuna lo sarà. E questa solidarietà che è alla base della nostra essenza. Noi, donne antifasciste, Non crediamo più alla sopravvivenza del più forte e alle forme di prepotenza comunicativa. Una prepotenza, aggiungerei, anche digitale. Grazie mille. Thank you so much.
So we'll have now, and we'll have the questions at the end if you're okay with it. We'll have now Martina Lodi and Biagio Mazzella. Sorry if I don't pronounce well. So, well, you can maybe either go on the pulpit, I don't know how you can, or you can stay also seated and share the microphones. That's okay. And I think there's just a questions about the slides. So yes, we are finding, thank you, a remote maybe, so that you can change the slides. Okay. So you have a PowerPoint? Yes. So you make a sign when you need to change the slide, like you make a wave or something like this, whatever you want. That will be fun.
Okay, first question, does this, yes, it works.
Yes.
Thank you so much, we're very grateful to be here. We will be presenting on obviously the same topic, but we are sharing a presentation. And the idea of our work, Biagio is my colleague, we met years ago in Paris, and we work both on philosophy, different fields, somehow not. And our idea was that of sort of rebuilding a genealogy from Rosi Braidotti's thoughts to authors that we are working on and that are very dear to us. I will be focusing especially on Carla Lonzi, and then Biagio will be presenting on Leo Bersani. And as you can see from the title of the presentation, what we wanted to focus on was these escaping strategies that, in our understanding, help us get to the theorization of a nomadic subjectivity, which is, we argue, a fundamental and essential concept for political action as well as for critical thoughts. Maybe I can have the first slide in the meantime, or maybe not. Anyhow, what I wanted to work on, because I studied philosophy, and Italian academia has a very strong tradition in history of philosophy. So, of course, what I wanted to look at was Professor Braidotti's first work. And so I started reading her doctoral dissertation. And I wanted to see how much of this separatist feminism can still be helpful in a way. And what I will try and argue is that this first separatist movement that Italian feminism does, and I will get focus on that in a second, is in a way can be understood as a first movement towards nomadism. So that's kind of the point of this brief presentation. So the idea is, for those who are unfamiliar with Carla Lonzi, I think it's by now an obvious reference for Italian feminists, not so much maybe abroad, especially because her work is being republished now in Italy. Until a few years ago, her books were very hard to find. Was only one place in Milan that would sell them. I'm very proud of having my original copy, which of course is in the presentation on the left. And she worked in the 70s. She unfortunately died very young. She's one, I think, one of the brilliant minds that were taken from us too soon. And she did have a brilliant career in academia as a art historian before she quit the job entirely once she encountered feminism. And from this separation that also happened in her personal life, I think we could start what is separatism and what does it mean to separate from, what are we separating ourselves from, and onto what are we trying to go? What are we leaving and where are we leading, in a way? And if I might have the second slide, so to go back, yes, this one. I wanted to read something from Lonzi. And I mean, this is a brilliant text. This is from the Feminist Manifesto of Rivolta Femminile. And so maybe I will stand up, actually, because otherwise I cannot read properly. So what is this refusal, and how does she argue for it? What is she refusing? The title is self-explanatory. It's We Spit on Hegel, which I personally strongly agree with, by the way. What does this mean precisely? I studied Hegel for a lot, of course. So what she's saying, we hold systematic thinkers responsible for the great humiliation imposed on us by the patriarchal world. They have maintained the principle of woman as an adjunct for the reproduction of humanity, as bonded with divinity, as the threshold of the animal world. They have justified, through metaphysics, what was unjust and atrocious in the life of woman. Therefore, we spit on Hegel. So we need to take many steps in order to have some distance from male culture, from culture which is male in our understanding, in order to breathe some fresh air, I would say, in order to be able to think new thoughts, to think properly, to free ourselves. Male thought, as Professor Berdotti was saying this morning, was not going to lead women very far in terms of freedom and liberation. So there's this first step that feminist separatism does, which is we are refusing all of this. We don't need any of this. We are reading these texts and we are dismantling them line by line. And we're proving why this is not helpful for our cause at all. Man's strength lies in identifying with culture, ours in refuting it. Is an extremely strong line which really summarizes what is the work that she's trying to do here. And this line of thinking, of course, presents itself with some risk, which is that of identity politics, of course, the forms of microfascism that we were reflecting on also this morning. But I do still think that this first step to take some distance from all of that culture is necessary in order for a subject to become nomadic. Can I have the second slide, please? And so she goes on, we consider incomplete any history which is based on non-perishable traces. Nothing has been handed down about the presence of woman. It is up to us to rediscover her in order to know the truth. Civilization has despised us as inferior. The church has called us sex. Psychoanalysis has betrayed us. Marxism has sold us to hypothetical revolution. We have looked, she says at the beginning of this paragraph, we have looked for 4,000 years. Now we have seen. From looking and seeing, and only from recognizing what it is that has been seen and what it is that precisely we're going to be trying to avoid as strong as we can and as loudly as you can. Only starting from this separatist movement, I would say, can we then start to think of a truly nomadic subjectivity. This movement, I would say, is essential in order for a better understanding. So I would say that thinking of a nomadic subjectivity is not in contrast with this first separatist movement, but what we need to be able to do when we're looking at these texts is also not consider them as giving us fully appropriate and complete answers. This is a starting point, and this is completed by later feminist work, I would say. Next slide, please. And so, one of the points of refusal is, of course, that of equality. And she quotes Olympe de Gouges. She says, no, we don't want to be equal to men. We don't really care because that is going to destroy us. And therefore, we refuse men's work, and we don't want to enter history, male history, in these terms. We want to do something that is entirely different. And again, she's trying to save the subject in a way. I mean, the whole point of most of 20th century philosophy is concerns itself with the death of the subject. Is the subject dead? Is the subject still alive? That's one of the guiding questions of all philosophers. And yes, next slide maybe, please. Again? Yes, and this is precisely, I would say, what also Professor Braidotti writes in her doctoral dissertation, which is an amazing and really, really rich and engaging text. Yes, modern thought is in mourning. Some sort of subject is dead, is the idea of a subject that's autonomous. The subject has been dying for a very, very long time in this sense. We need to create a new one. The guiding question concerns less the subject than his fantasy of universality and immortality. It is therefore understandable, according to this logic of domination, through metaphorization. She's talking about the metaphorization of women, this sort of appropriation done by male philosophers, that at the moment when the order of modern knowledge confronts the subject man with his own partiality, gaps and lacks, masculine theoretical discourse should have discovered in a certain feminine the possibilities of life in the sense of a new transcendence. And so this is where I see a very strong connection with Lonsi's thought as well, which is we cannot let this dominant thought to subsume feminism and feminist theory. And so that is why I would say this separatist movement is relevant and where the relevance lays. Next, please. And so, yes, the assertion of sexual difference, which is the quote that is very important for this topic, intended as a fundamental lack of symmetry between the sexes, leads to a politics of subjectivity. So we need a new politics of subjectivity, which ends up becoming the theory of nomadic subjectivity and so on, the immanence, the Deleuzian ligne de fuite and so on. That's where the subject explodes, in a sense. It becomes rhizomatic. It's not autonomous. It's a relation, intersubjective relation with all of other subjects. But that's the first point. We need to assert the asymmetry, the lack of symmetry, which is political, not theoretical in itself. That's why we don't need to be fixed on the female body as itself. The female body and the bodies can become many different things. Otherwise, again, we're stuck on as long as we're doing strict ontology, we're doing fascism, basically. That's what Levinas would have said. So yes, the point is ethics and ethics of new subjectivity, but that I would argue starts at a place of recognizing this asymmetry, and that happens in my reading in the first works of second wave feminism. At least that's how I would put it. So the relationship with Carol Lonsi works, I think, is fundamental, especially as young scholars. I think it's really relevant to be able to go back to fundamental texts and read them through and listen to the answer, never be entirely satisfied with them, but retrace genealogies, reactivate concepts that we might have forgotten or that might have been taken from us. And then I leave the word to my friend Biagio.
Next slide, please. So, in 1994, this special issue of the feminist journal Differences came out, and it was called Feminism Meets Queer Theory. And on the back cover is written something along the lines of when feminism and queer theory meets, non-introduction seems necessary. And that's what I was also thinking while me and Martina were trying to thinking about doing this thing together. But at the same time, is that really true? Like, she has just done a presentation on feminism, separatism, and now we're doing this together. And also like the kind of dialogue then we are about to bring alongside Lonzi with that figure, as you can see, of Leo Bersani, is something of a reading against the grain, let's say that. So this number of differences was 1994. If we would think about giving queer theory a birth certificate, it would show like 1991, which is also the year where was the publication of Dissonances, but also other fundamental texts in the kind of Anglophone-speaking world, one of Judith Butler, Teresa De Lauretis, Kosowski-Sedgwick. And in this issue, there's also one paper by Professor Braidotti with the title Revisiting Male Thanatica, in which she sets the ground by starting with what she calls one fundamental assumption. There is the one fundamental assumption, which is like the experience, the feminist analysis of the last 40 agree on one fundamental assumption. There is the masculine symbolic rest on false universalization on the subject position, which is colonized by white heterosexual men and forceful creation of a set of others, among whom the second sex is the most prominent. So at this stage, that resonates so much with anything we have just listened about Carla Lonzi and the kind of refusal, separatism of engaging. We are engaging with male thinking for too much far. Now is the time to separate and trying to do other kind of thinking, other kind of affective experience of collective belonging. Next slide, please. But at the same time, this paper is also set the ground, next slide, please, against like the temptation of thinking about the lesbian and gay male experience and something that is not different from one another. So now we started some difference interfere with what is like the beginning of this kind of political alliances, because as Braidotti writes, whereas the gay man needs to resurrect the shreds of an identity from under the detritus of a triumph of masculine heterosexuality, the lesbian is coming from the cold. Whereas the gay man needs to deconstruct a representation of the homosexual as phobic other, the lesbians must move symbolically from an unrepresentability into some sort of representation. This problem may appear analogous, but there are actually quite different kind of problems. Next slide, please. And here comes to the scene a queer thinker, Bersani, not Pierluigi or Samuele, but Leo Bersani, which actually is a queer kind of queer thinker, because we could say that maybe Bersani's role in this kind of the beginning, especially of the year of queer thinking, was most of the time that of a kind of reality check about what the movement and the academy were saying, but the indifference between how the situation actually was. For example, in his book Homos, and next slide please, he starts by saying, we are the slogan, we say we are everywhere. That's our way of telling to the other people, we are here, we are queer, and you're gonna see us. Like, this was like the 90s, so it was a period where, especially in the States, it was all about visibility. So it's like the kind of living and through public spaces and make ourselves visible. But at the same time, as he writes, we are everywhere appears to be saying, look around and you'll find us in all the places to which you thought you had denied us access as queer people. So this slogan could also have a quite different gloss. Look around and you'll never find us because we are everywhere. And even if we do the most outrageous thing to make ourselves recognizable, we will remain unlocatable. So there was like this tension between the desire of say, we are gonna be seen, but at the same time, as you can see, in the end he said, first of all, I can be oppressed if I can be found. So here we are in the witness of something of a refusal, let's say, escaping gesture that deals with this bittersweet feeling as more as I became visible, of course, I became in a situation that is getting more and more dangerous. Next slide, please. And Regarding to same-sex desire attraction, Leo Bersani, there is one monograph about him. The title is The Essentialist Villain. So not only Bersani was at this time, his contemporaries were regarding as some kind of villain, because he was like kept stressing, saying like, for example, the reality of gay same-sex desire is more far trouble than we actually pretend there is. Having this kind of desire does not automatically leads to have a kind of revolutionary politics whatsoever in regarding of the kind of practices. Not at all that simple to say that starting from this positionality, that it will just lead that the gay people, gay men especially, will be like the avant-garde of the kind of revolutionary phase. The interesting things for me was saying, while if we, next slide please, if we shift away from the early to the late Bersani, then we have some strange similarities to some quote that could be read in a context that is not at all as were other thinkers are brought up when thinking about some antisocial queer theory as Leo Bersani. And of course I'm thinking about the kind of posthumous kind of philosophy. Next slide please. These two books, so Intimacies and Thoughts and Things, start from a very simple question, which is like, how can we build a relationship to the other world that is non-sadistic? Bersani rightfully points out that in the tradition of Western thought, this one that Lonzi would have defined like as an only male kind of thinking, the basic premises is that if we have an intersubjectivity that is grounded in subject-object dualism, then it's condemned to have a kind of relationship to the world that is paranoid. If the other is different from me, the other could be not only a threat, but as Lacan used to say, the enjoyment, the pleasure of my neighbor becomes different, it becomes dangerous for me from the point where I realize that my neighbor has a different kind of pleasure. So all productionist Bersani is rooted in the kind of thinking of saying, once we acknowledge the differences, that we are different from each other, how can we go from there to not have this kind of relationship between each other, but actually really also in the broader sense of the world around us that is non-sadistic. That means that our relationship with the world is not defined from the very right moment to a kind of logic between who is the aggressor and who is the victim. Next slide, please. And this is an important kind of question because like the stakes are quite higher, if we can say, because like as Bersani writes, every theory of love is necessarily a theory of object relationship. Love is transitive, so to conceptualize love means to address not only the question of how we choose our object to love, but also more fundamentally the very possibility of a subject loving an object. So the ethic kind of drive that follows along with Bersani, which used to say an antisocial thinker, so it was all about breaking away from society, going somewhere else. But then what happens when the subjects move itself? So what happens when the subject breaks away from the rest of society? What kind of relationship the subject has to construct, at least in order if we want to keep being a kind of loving subject? Next slide, please. And this is quite, I would say, urgent for us because, like, me and Martina, like, are a generation that basically we grew up with a kind of feeling of, let's say, identities as something safe and sound, something that could protect us. We can say and say again that queer was born as a way of saying no to identity, no lesbian and gay. We say now we are queer, it's something movement, etc. But in the reality, if we look in the late 30 years, our experience was not much of the case because there was the year of like the gay marriage, all this kind of rights, civil rights conquest. But at the same time, there was grounded on the fact that we had some identity that could be that has to be protected. And Bersani writes, identity is what we call our individuality, the particular subjectivity that constitutes us as a unique person, but at the same time, each time there is an identity, there's something as a border that separates me and the other. And each time there is a border, that kind of border has to be protected against someone that could interfere in that border. Next slide, please. And then we go to the most interesting part when Bersani arrives to say that like the human contains the inorganic non-human from which it has evolved. So it's shifting from a just relationality between person and person to a kind of bigger belonging sense to the world. He does not make any references to Spinoza or Deleuze, but he was as a matter of fact, an early reader of Deleuze. He comes from this kind of translation, even has not been online that much. And so he said, the kind of love that is called, in a very provocative way, I would say, is an impersonal narcissism. So he would say, what if beyond the identity we recognize what he had later called homoness, so the fact that something lies underneath the difference that we are used to say. What if we start from this part that is impersonal, so it belongs to more than one subject, and then become narcissistic about this kind of impersonal that is equal for us, not mere like the positionality. So we know from feminist epistemology that it's not a matter of identity, but it's a matter of what kind of position do you, in which position you are, what are you looking at from this position. But at the same time, what about the landscape? Like if we are in different position, then we can acknowledge that kind of privilege. But what about the fact that we inhabit a kind of world that is not at all as separated for us, but at the same time is the one that we are only living through. Next slide, please. And so he called it a non-threatening supplement of sameness. So, and that where it gets very like posthumous, I would say. So the kind of not stressing that much on differences, the narcissism of small differences, but looking into each other, a kind of non-threatening supplement of sameness. Next and final slide, please. And of course, like the fundamental materialistic point of Spinoza and all the kind of Spinozist wave is the kind of monism in the substance. And Bersani writes, living bodies do not unaccountably inhabit an alien space. They carry the memory of the origin they share with all material being. How might we be shocked into recognizes? And this is also the question from which I thank you and I leave you.
Thank you very much. So now we will have WK Luna for her intervention.
Does this work? Hello. I'm an artist, so I've made a capital error here because I've got 30 slides and we've got no clicker, and I, most unlike me, organized a whole elaborate set of graphics, which took ages, and I'm going to have to ask João Galo to, every time I put up my hand, because if I say next slide please 30 times, it's going to drive you guys mad. So please bear with me. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I want to frame this lecture as a demonstration of method as it emerges from my own practice as an artist. I work in painting, film and sound, and my research has repeatedly brought me to figures and labours structurally central to Western history, yet strangely absent from its official accounts. It is from this friction between material importance and historical silence that my engagement with Rosi Braidotti's philosophy begins. I use Braidotti's work as a set of analytical tools for undoing inherited histories so that other possibilities are thinkable. Her method allows me to stay with what my work encounters rather than smoothing contradiction into coherence. Like Michel Foucault, Braidotti reminds us that history is not neutral. What we call knowledge is often the victorious form of, what we call truth is often the victorious form of knowledge. What survives as history is what has prevailed, what has stabilized authority and secured legitimacy. Genealogy intervenes in stabilized histories by activating erased counter-memories. In Braidotti's work, the best thing for me is that they're future-orientated practice. She calls them children of the future. They are not there for repair or nostalgia, but they are a creative, affirmative force for thinking otherwise. They become sources of inspiration for possible futures. It allows me to think historically in geological terms as layers of pressure, concealment and extraction and idealization that harden into apparent stability over time. Genealogy doesn't restore what was lost. It reveals how stability itself is produced and at what cost. This approach is particularly generative for a project concerned with animals. Non-human life rarely appears as the subject of history, yet animal bodies have been foundational to economic systems, sacrificial logics, and symbolic economies. Their erasure is structural, and genealogy makes that erasure legible. From genealogy, I move to cartography. In Braidotti's sense, cartography is both method and strategy. It's not representation, it's not a map drawn from above. It's a situated practice of mapping the conditions we inhabit, starting from somewhere specific and tracing how power shapes bodies, labor, and value. I trace a very specific historical configuration. Northern Europe, roughly between 1000 and 1500, just about the time of the Enlightenment and global expansion. Approximately 500 years marked by the conspicuous and near industrial expansion of pastoral economies and the institutional dominance of the Catholic Church. Within this space and time, these 500 years, two figures rise, one through economic usefulness and the other through symbolic prominence. They will never be as prominent again throughout history. Together they form two halves of the same coin, the ewe and the Virgin Mary. Thank you. The ewe, the adult female sheep, becomes economically foundational. Prior to this period, sheep were kept for milk, meat, and soil fertility through their manure. From the later Middle Ages onwards, wool and its trade and taxation became the single most important sector of the European medieval economy, accounting for a vast proportion of exports, taxation, and state revenue. That money funded churches, universities, warfare, schools, legal systems, urban expansion. It underwrites credit systems and mercantile finance. In very real terms, wool makes possible the modern future we now recognize. To produce this wealth, the ewe's reproductive body is intensively managed, regulated, and extracted. She is materially indispensable. Thank you. She is materially indispensable, yet symbolically absent. She appears as a resource, not a subject. At the same time, Marian devotion intensifies. As the church confronts instability, mass death, and social fracture during the Black Death, the Virgin becomes the public face of care, compassion, and continuity. Her body, however, is tightly controlled. Her maternity is purified. Her reproduction is abstracted. She never appears as laboring, sexual, aging, or animal. Through doctrines like the perpetual virginity, the maternal body is secured as symbol whilst being stripped of material process. So we have a split. One figure is used practically, the other is used spiritually, but they're both completely essential to the system they service. They also share a symmetrical set of other physical and symbolic conditions. Both are mothers whose value within the system they inhabit derives from maternity. In the modern ewe and the Virgin, both are subject to remote forms of impregnation. Both are permitted a single site of intimacy, the bond with their offspring. And it is the loss or threat of that loss that produces an almost solitary eruption of voice. Both are figures mobilized as instruments of atonement, one metaphorically, one materially. Mary functions as a second non-transgressive Eve whose obedience redeems the fall. The ewe is drawn into the same economy only through her male offspring, transfigured as the Lamb of God. In each case, maternal value is recognized insofar as it produces a sacrificial son. It is on these terms that both figures enter the sacred music canon, not as agents in their own right, but as conduits through which redemption is staged. So the ewe produces the wealth that sustains institutions and disappears from representation. The virgin becomes the image of care, while the labor and physiology of care are erased. Together, they what I call the ewe-virgin bipartite economy. This is not metaphorical. It is a cartographic description of how economic extraction and theological abstraction function together to stabilize value. At this point, oh, they're all up, so it doesn't matter. I had them all coming out slowly, but never mind. At this point, Braidotti's philosophy becomes operative rather than illustrative. Genealogy allows me to undo the authority of the official history. Cartography situates that undoing within specific conditions. Nomadic thought then allows me to refuse the idea that either figure can or should be stabilized as a fixed identity. So from here I move to figuration. In Braidotti's work, figuration is how nomadic thought becomes active. Figurations are assemblages that condense power, history, and bodies into a working conceptual form. My practice works in this register. I construct conceptual personae. These are, I'm sure you all know, invented working figures long used in philosophy as vehicles for thinking rather than representation. They're through which ideas are developed, tested, and contested. For this series, the conceptual personae I use are made up of canonical fragments drawn from patriarchal sculpture, combined with Marian iconography and animal bodies. These fragments are placed within the triangular compositional structure historically associated with the Virgin and the Pieta. What matters is not any single image, but the cumulative pressure they generate. Each element that I've made of these paintings up carries its own internal causality and historical force. When they are brought together, they don't resolve into harmony, they generate tension. Like Braidotti's reading of Deleuze, this is, I'm a bit anxious in case I've got this wrong, but I don't think I have, but she'll tell me later. I work by inhabitation, not by opposing the canon from without, but by entering it, accepting its internal logic, and pushing it until its limits become materially and politically legible. Oh good, I'm getting a nod. Deleuze gives us difference, becoming, and immanence. Braidotti shows us what happens to even these concepts once sexual difference and reproductive labor are taken seriously. Becoming is no longer neutral. Bodies do not participate symmetrically. This matters because, as Braidotti argues right from the beginning in Patterns of Dissonance, feminist philosophy is not about adding women to an existing canon. It's about showing that the canon itself is structured through the repression of sexual difference. Within the structure, the feminine repeatedly appears as excess, matter, instability, embodiment, hysteria, and noise, rather than a neutral subject of becoming. At this point, the you ceases to function only as an historical figure, but becomes a conceptual personae across my current work. In active union, the you is extended from maternal figure into political ontology. She appears in relation to the satyr, a hybrid aggressive figure who is already post-human, but violently so, half human, half animal, mythologized so that his behavior can be rendered instinctual rather than accountable. The satire embodies how domination is animalized in order to appear inevitable, and how male violence is canonical, authorized violence. Against this figure, the you functions as a counter-post-human body, reproductive rather than expressive, fragmented rather than heroic, extracted rather than enhanced. Painted partly on velvet, the right-hand sides are painted on velvet, her presence unsettled the boundary between monument and flesh, public violence and private vulnerability. And I have to be honest here, I was painting these at the time of the Gisèle Pellicot trial, and I took what is a Arcadian landscape where violence is fun and acceptable and debaucheries, and I put the same figures in the same composition in a room with sleeping ewes. So now you know. In metopes, if you don't know what metopes are, they're the carved figures that are on the side of temples, Greek temples. They often have battle scenes. In metopes, this logic is pushed further into contemporary material economies. Hellenistic war figures are assembled from truncated sex dolls, plastic form, and animal forms. Violence here is no longer mythic or pastoral. It is industrial, sexualized, and disposable. Posthumanism appears not as a future scenario, but as an imposed condition. As with the patriarchal sculpture, the pink plastic form carries its own internal causality and meaning. The truncated arms and legs recall the heroic fragment, but also expose what is deemed unnecessary in the functional logic of the sex doll, arms and legs. Across these three series, the you functions as a conceptual personae through which commodification, exploitation, and agency can be thought together. She is not illustrative of theory. She is where theory strains. Earlier in this talk, I described what I call the you-virgin bipartite economy and the pedagogical role assigned to the feminine within patriarchal structures. In Catholic doctrine, Mary's grief is not only represented, but instrumentalized. Maternal loss is shaped into a religious narrative of sacrifice, appearing in art as the Pietà, and in music, the equivalent is the Stabat Mater, where Mary is spoken about in the third person. A little-known parallel structure appears in the ewe. Following shearing, ewes and lambs are briefly separated. The ewe, like the Virgin, is largely silent until separation intervenes. The ewe is a docile animal, understood as compliant, but here grief breaks through that silence. I found a poem by Ted Hughes, an English poet, where he describes the harrowing sound these animals make. And her cry is produced when intimacy is forcibly withdrawn. Sound marks the point which a regulated body exceeds the systems that contain it. I'm developing an animal Stabat Mater with St. John's College, Cambridge, with a libretto written in the first person called Lament. In both cases, a feminized figure becomes pedagogical through suffering, her distress rendered productive within a wider symbolic and economic order. Lament doesn't redeem some suffering, it affirms relation. And I would posit it makes listening become an ethical act. Why is what I've described to you important now? It happened 800 to 1,000 years ago. Why does it matter now? Why am I telling you all this? There are two reasons. Firstly, wool wealth made later formations possible. Like oil today, it organized wealth and power far beyond the commodity itself. Medieval wool wealth doesn't just disappear, it's reinvested and inherited. It hardens into hegemonic systems of land, law, and institutions. It funds crusades, the enclosures. Much of the conditions of the Enlightenment and universities depended on the value of wool, as well as early colonial trade. Secondly, wool economies established a template that has never been dismantled. It produced enduring structures of extraction, sacrifice, and bio-value capture, masking violence as necessity and stabilizing exploitation as inevitable. It also elevated a controlled and sanitized feminine in the figure of the Virgin, a purified maternal body who sanctified suffering, displaced attention from the mechanics of extraction itself. Those structures have not weakened, they have intensified. Animal bodies remain processed at scale, care remains largely feminized and unpaid, ecological collapse accelerates at the same logics. And whilst the Virgin no longer occupies the cultural center, her function is still persistently and consistently in idealized and infantilized forms of femininity. This, as women in many parts of the world are denied material authority today, and in some cases even the ability to speak publicly about their own lives. These conditions require a different way of thinking and working. Using Braidotti's philosophical method, this project has proposed genealogy to undo inherited narratives, cartography to situate power, nomadic figuration to generate new conceptual personae, and feminism as an epistemological intervention grounded in Zoe, life understood as relational, embodied, and unevenly exposed. Instability is not what this work seeks to overcome. It is the condition that emerges once life is no longer treated as a resource to be managed. And it is through this instability that new relations, solidarities, and futures become thinkable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will listen to Yutin Tiang. Thank you.
Okay, this one. Hello? Yeah, can you hear? Okay. Good afternoon, dearest Professor Rosi Braidotti, and all scholars, friends, artists. I'm Yuqin Jiang from China, from Shenzhen University. I'm also a professor of comparative literature and a researcher in post-humanism and science fiction studies. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation. Thank you very much for inviting me to this important conference. It's a great honor to convey my admiration for Professor Rosi Braidotti's distinguished academic achievements and her influential rhizomatic thinking. Rosi's ideas on the post-human have been widely disseminated in China, and her books, The Post-Human Nomadic Subject, have become essential works for understanding post-human theory and post-humanist scholarship. In today's presentation, I will examine Rosi's cyborg theory and consider its theoretical significance within post-humanist thought. So I will show our contemporary context. Yes, our contemporary context is shaped by the rapid development of AI technologies. Computers have increasingly become prosthetic extension of human work, daily life, and entertainment. Questions concerning AI, consciousness, and ethics have emerged as central topic in current humanistic and philosophical debate. Within this context, Rosi plays a significant role in the development of post-human theory. Her contributions to discussions of subjectivity, post-humanism, and nomadic thought offer innovative frameworks for understanding our dynamically transforming world. Accordingly, my guiding questions are as follows. I will think present two questions. What insights can we draw from Rosi's theoretical contributions to contemporary discussion on AI? Second, in what way can Rosi ideas inform and inspire new direction in cyber studies? I propose that her body of work can be productively integrated into a coherent framework of cyber theory. Therefore, I will focus on her analysis of embodiment, nomadic subjectivity, and post-anthropocentrism in order to demonstrate how her thoughts contribute to the development of a distinctive cyber theoretical paradigm. Because of the limited time available, so I will present the central argument and the overall structure of my paper. My main contention is that Rosi's post-humanist theory devotes sustained attention to the interventions of science and technology in both the human body and the humanistic thoughts, thereby pioneering a distinctive theory of cyber culture. Currently, there has been little specialized research devoted explicitly to this dimension of her work. Rosi's cyber cultural theory is shaped through continuous dialogues with feminist thinkers such as Donna Haraway, Lucy Irigaray, and the post-human theorist Catherine Hayes, while also inheriting and transforming philosophical tradition associated with Spinoza, Deleuze, and Guattari, drawing upon research in the biological and the information science, feminism, and materialism philosophy. Rosi progressively advanced cyber theory by emphasizing embodiment, difference, and nomadic subjectivity, and by proposing new conceptual resources for contemporary debates on artificial intelligence and cyber studies. My paper integrates Rosi's formulations, difference, subjectivity, and universality with current issue in artificial intelligence and cyber theory in order to offer a comprehensive review analysis of her construction of cyber theory and to further illuminate the openness and the generative potential of her philosophical framework. In my paper, I have 3 parts. The first part is embodied material and the construction of the cyber concept. The notion of embodiment is closely linked to the philosophical problem of mind-body relations. Classical Western philosophy was long dominated by Cartesian dualism, which posited a fundamental division between immaterial mind and material body, grounded in beliefs in the immortality of the soul and free will. In modern thought, this dualistic framework has been increasingly challenged by materialist monism and by developments in psychology and the cognitive science. By the late 20th century, debates on consciousness and physical causality had shifted philosophical attention toward embodiment as a central concept. Rosi's theorization of embodiment is central to her materialist and vitalist framework and reflects her grounding in continental philosophy, particularly the influence of Deleuze. She embraced the continental philosophical concept of embodiment as a productive site for rethinking subjectivity, emphasizing its role in foregrounding the bodily constitution of subjectivity and the attendant questions of sexuality and gender difference. At the same time, she extends this perspective by highlighting the dynamic interplay between bodily materiality, social construction, and symbolic power. In doing so, she moves beyond the traditional mind-body divide toward a conception of embodied subjectivity as unified, transformative, and open-ended. This expanded understanding of embodiment extends the conceptual scope of the cyborg beyond a technological hybrid toward a framework that integrates scientific and cultural dimensions, emphasizing both the tension and the continuity between them through the body's material and semiotic openness. Drawing on Deleuze's concept of becoming, Rosi develops notions such as becoming woman, becoming machine, becoming animal, such as cybernization, thereby expanding the cyborg from the technological hybrid into a new category of subjectivity grounded in bodily openness and relational integration. Her notion of the becoming woman's cyborg foregrounds the mutability of the gendered body and the transformation of gender consciousness, premised on the claim that technology functions as a powerful medium for transsexual imagination. Rosi's becoming machine responds to contemporary information and communication technologies that externalize and replicate human neural functions, shifting perception from visual representation to sensory and neuronal simulation. By reconfiguring bodily materiality through the Deleuzian notion of the body without organs, she frames the machine not as metaphors, but as dispositives that capture and process forces, enabling assemblages, interconnections, and radical relationality. In this way, the cyborg becomes a critical figure for interrogating technological mediated embodiment and the reorganization of social and power relations under advanced capitalism. Rosi contends that Haraway's cyborg figure remains constrained by a residual dichotomous epistemology, insofar as it continues to be perceived socially as a grotesque, hybrid, or transgressive. To establish the post-human subject as a process of becoming animal, becoming earth, and becoming machine, Rosi instead emphasizes the symbiotic and interdependent relations inscribed in the post-human body, arguing that the human organism is neither wholly human nor merely organic, but an abstract machine that captures, transforms, and produces interconnections beyond the confines of consciousness. On this basis, the cyborg post-human functions as a critical alternative for reconfiguring human epistemology. The post-human body is not merely fragmented or in flux, but is traversed by technological mediated social relations, giving rise to a novel form of social grounded in the integration of technological embodiment and the relational network. My second part, philosophy of differences, feminism, and the nomadic concept. Difference is a key concept in philosophy. Difference embodied dichotomy and complexity. Difference such as gender, race, and class are deeply rooted in language system and have become the basis of ideology. Difference is essentially a form of cultural construction. Rosi offers a similar perspective to linguistic Edward Sapir, finding that in the construction of scientific discourse, identity differences are essentialized and attached to the parameters of identity definitions based on nation, region, province, and even town. Based on this understanding, Rosi argues for a necessary re-examination of the issue of difference, turning to radical post-structuralist critique. Because the concept of difference is crucial, it should not be dictated by geneticists or various nostalgia superstitious groups such as white people, men, or Christians. Difference theory finds its most fruitful connection in her feminist research. So here there are two sides. The first side is difference theory and Rosi's post-human feminist concept. Rosi argues that gender difference is not merely a social cultural construct, but a fundamental and universal condition of being, rendering it as a privileged site for ethic reflection on otherness and cultural difference. Drawing further on Irigary's notion of the feminine as not one, Rosi rejects binary models of sexual difference and phallocentric representations of female subjectivity, instead advancing an embodied feminist ontology open to multiplicity and becoming. Within this framework, technology emerged as a crucial mediator of transsexual imagination, that is, the prosthetically enhanced and self-artificialized body exemplifies the cyborg as a symbiotic assemblage of organic, biochemical, technological, and surgical processes, thus prefiguring Rosi's post-human feminist rearticulation of subjectivity. The second side is the becoming theory and Rosi's post-human nomadic subjectivity. Rosi situated the loose theory of becoming as a critical nomadic practice that resists logocentrism, territorializes fixed frameworks, and enables conceptual fluidity. She defines nomadism as a postmodern, cultural differentiated understanding of the subject, particularly the feminist subjects, rooted in critical consciousness that challenges social codes, norms, and deconstruct existing cultural construct. Drawing on this, Rosi proposed the nomadic post-human subject, that is, an open, dynamic, and materialist mode of subjectivity that integrates technological embodiment, gender differences, and relational power. This epistemological reconstruction enables the post-human subject to transcend anthropocentrism, dualism, and fixed identity categories, fostering an interconnected, multidimensional, cross-species generative evolution through engagement with diverse others. In this way, Rosi developed a post-anthropocentric humanist conception of subjectivity grounded in difference, becoming, and nomadic relationality. My third part, post-human knowledge, post-anthropocentrism, and the concept of unified world. Post-human knowledge production, according to Rosi, represents a novel epistemologic framework emerging from the convergence of post-humanism and post-anthropocentrism. This convergence critiques both the humanist idea that positions man as the universal measure and the hierarchical species-based worldview, privileging humans, generating a new materialist category grounded in biopolitics and feminist positionality. Within this framework, the humanities no longer focus exclusively on humans, but on all human and non-human entities as a nomadic subject in process, in perpetual motion. Post-human knowledge production thus investigates the emergence and transformation of post-human subjects, integrates insight from science, humanities, and social science, and advanced ethical and immanent epistemologies fostering what Rosi Braidotti terms the nomadic or critical post-humanities. Its theoretical foundation is cosmic monism, inspired by Spinoza, which positions all matter as dynamic, self-governing, and relationally differentiated, forming that basis for anthropocentric subjectivity. Methodologically, post-human theory employs a new materialist vitality centered on Zoe, the primordial, non-individualized, and infinitely flowing life force that transcends individual organism, providing a framework for understanding life, difference, and relationality in post-human knowledge production. Also, we can see the post-human dilemma. The post-human dilemma stemmed from the fusion of post-humanism and post-anthropocentrism within the spectrum of cognitive capitalism. That is, post-humanism focuses on critiquing the humanist idea that uses humanity as the universal measure of all things, while post-anthropocentrism focuses on critiquing species hierarchy and human exceptionalism. Their fusion have given rise to a series of post-humanist positions, producing a new materialist category based on biopolitics and feminist positional politics, providing a frame to understand the ongoing process of becoming subjects in our fast-changing times. Within this framework, Rosi proposed that the true object of study in the humanities is no longer human beings. Post-human knowledge production grounds post-humanity in real-life condition, investigate the changing forms of post-human subjects, accesses the rapid development of post-human knowledge production, characterize post-human thinking subjects and their knowledge within a proven ethical framework, and highlight the crossover, the integration of various scientific and humanities and social science research. I discussed this with two sides. First, the theoretical source of post-human knowledge production is cosmic monism. Yeah, this is from Spinoza's legacy. The second is the method of post-human theory is the new materialist vitality theory. So we can see Rosi re-examined the concept life centered on Zoe. Therefore, in Rosi's view, post-human convergence is best understood as a theoretical figuration, a navigational tool to survey the material and the discursive manifestations of the mutations that are engendered by advanced technological development, climate change, and capitalism, thereby transcending traditional humanities disciplines, providing new perspective and potential, and expanding the thematic reconstructing of contemporary thought on humanities as a post-human being through a reinforced and revised framework. I get to my conclusion. So I argue there is a new cyborg theory based on becoming and the nomadic concept. Since the cyborg concept first emerged in 1960 as a human-computer interactive body in the eyes of scientists, and in the 1980s as a cybernetic organism, leading to the reconstruction of a socialist feminist template for border wars, such as Donna Haraway, it has provided new avenues for thinking about the relationship between culture and technology, and between human and the machines. Simultaneously, based on the rapid development of current information and biological science, cyborg research has become an interdisciplinary study based on biotechnology, information technology, philosophy and literary imagination, the cyborg is seen as a thought-provoking image that transcends the boundaries of nature and culture, gender and sexuality, man and woman, mind, body, biological and cultural, and many other binary oppositions. Rosi's cyborg theory enriches the subjectivity of discussion on cyborg theory. She proposed a philosophical explanation of cyborgs. She incorporated discussion of human-machine, female-male, and human-nature relationships into the philosophical history of mind-body, gender, and ontological others, thus proposing the concept of the nomadic subject. She emphasized an epistemology based on monistic cosmology, using difference and becoming as methodologies, thereby highlighting the materiality, nomadic nature, and the dynamic vitality of the cyborg subject. This allows cyborg theory to achieve a complete, in-depth construction from the outside in, encompassing the body, culture, and the philosophy. In a word, this provides us with a new theoretical path for a comprehensive understanding of the post-human and the post-human world. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for this very interesting presentations. So now we will open the panel to the questions, and especially the questions of the audience. We might take maybe 10 or 15 minutes because we have less people in the next panel, so we have a bit of time for you to questions the presenters. Questions? Yes, please. So maybe we'll have a microphone coming, but in between.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Martina Lodi. Do you see any resemblances between the concept of time between Carla Lonzi and Braidotti? Because when Professor Braidotti was talking in her introduction this morning, when she was talking about the present and present being like the most important time frame in feminism, it reminded me of Carla Lonzi, of course, and the fact that she says that the time of present is the time of feminism is present and not past and not the future. So maybe you have some thoughts on that.
Yes, I do think there's some consonance of thoughts. I do also think that's, in my understanding of Professor Braidotti, understanding of time, the point is not as much about seeing in the present, but more so the overlapping of past, present, and future. That's my understanding of Person as well. Whereas I see more of a punctuality in present time in Lonzi. And it's really this, in separatism, I see this sort of momentarily explosion that is unplanned, and so it's not as much as concerned with the past and the future as well, because it's just happening right now. That's how I would put it. Thank you.
Next questions?
Here's a micro.
Well, think about it. I will ask questions then.
We have one question.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question for Neil. Neil, thank you for your presentation. My question is about probably the creative process, because I was like very impressed on how Rosi's framework became something more than a framework, like an embodiment or something like that. So I want to ask you about the process itself and how do you manage this process between theory and practice?
I think it's always a problem for artists, researchers. For me, it has to start in the practice. I had an offer of a very nice show in Venice, Biennale time, and it meant that I had to produce 12 paintings in 6 months. Otherwise, I didn't get it, and I was going to do it. So, in fact, that was a very useful exercise because I could just put things together that I didn't think would work, and I had to make them work because time was short. And that in itself became a sort of epistemological exercise, if you like. I have to say that having finished all those, and Rosi's philosophy is very special because she is Rosi and she's incredibly direct and enthusiastic and clear. And I would go so far as to say she almost has a toolkit for an artist. It's very clear to me. I tried to make that clear in my speech. I don't know if it came across, but it's very clear as to what the next step could or should be or might be. And I found that incredibly helpful. And it's traditionally artists don't talk about their work. They just leave it open so people can experience whatever they want to experience from the painting. But research doesn't work like that. You have to explain why you've got to where you are. So I held off, for instance, telling anybody else about the Pellico trials, because it's not about the Pellico trials, and it's not only about male violence, and it's not only about canonical violence, but it is part of it, and it's part of why I painted it on velvet, and so on. But when you start to accept that you are going to actually front those things out, Rosi holds your hand and actually guides you through how sexual differences are repressed from the canon and how this produces, all those things that you come across in the history of art, monstrous women, things like that. It's because there is no place for them in the structure set up. So I didn't think I would settle wholly on Rosi. I thought I wouldn't, but I found that she's held my hand, actually quite literally sometimes, but metaphorically, there is a toolkit that you can unpack. I commend her to any artist.
You've got a question, so please.
I've got a mic. I wanted to ask you, because I was so impressed with your capacity to speak fluently with really complicated words in a second or probably third language, I'm not sure. And congratulations, because that's not easy. And I know that a lot of monist philosophy is quite understood in China. If you understand it within Buddhism and Confucianism is one thing and another, it's a lot of it is understood. And I wondered if you could say any more about that, because I think that I was very impressed when you came across speaking in a Western sense, but so coherently. And I just wondered if you could talk any more about the place that Rosi and other monist philosophy might work within China.
You mean except Rosi, the other? No.
Rosi too.
I'm not quite sure. I caught your questions. So when actually I have ever led my student to read Rosi's book, The Post-Human. So at first I think, not so difficult to read, but when go inside, we find through Rosi, we continue to find a lot of philosophers, just like Deleuze, Irigaray, and a lot of philosophers. It's very difficult for our students to understand. So we need to find the philosophers' books in Chinese, not English. of course, maybe there is some as a difference between Chinese and the English, or maybe the other languages. And except, I mean, reading Rosie's books, we also read Donna Haraway and Catherine Hayes, and also Carrie Wolf, and Naya, let me think, Badminton. I mean, they are all theorists or maybe critic of post-humanism. Yeah, so we can find actually most of theorists is on the line of post-modernism and post-structuralism. Yeah, but for post-humanism, we can find it quite different because our world is changing, and now I'd like to say Rosie's idea for openness. Yeah, so becoming is a very, very important, I think, a key word. Yeah, so we are not ourselves. We are on the way of being ourselves. I think. Yeah, I'm not sure I answer your question. Yeah, thank you very much.
Just a quick remark. Thank you. I'm already overwhelmed. I was even before it started. Amazing. Thank you. I have to read this Braidotti. It sounds really interesting. Thank you. A quick comment, just methodological, also emerging from the last paper. The relationship between philosophy and technology is complex, to say the least. And I think what I try to do in my work, and their feminism was incredibly important, but so was the practical, logistical spirit of Deleuze's work. It's a very practical philosopher, really, telling you how to do things, how to fix things. I think that allowed me to build a bridge between a philosophical system where one way or the other you always end up on subjectivity, on identities, on rational individualism, one way or the other. And technology studies, STS, which detest theories of the subject. Latour would be an example. But even early Haraway, it's hard work. The cyborg doesn't have subjectivity. So to actually go in there and say we need a subject position, we need an ethics, we need some sort of regulating structure. It doesn't have to be normative, doesn't have to be, but we need to contain this and have a subject theory that allows us to intervene in reality. That was the gamble, and it got a lot of criticism from both sides. The philosophers weren't happy that all of a sudden this was so interdisciplinary, where you're talking about things which are non-philosophical, which in philosophy, as you all know, is death. And science and studies people, I mean, there was an article by Nick Rose in Theory, Culture and Society that was simply called Against the Posthuman. It was like immense publicity for me. It was lovely. One vitriolic attack on why this was wrong. And why was it wrong? Because I was talking about subjectivity. And I think in here we have almost a cartography of the crisis of the humanities, that it cannot deal with this. And in the absence of a unified discourse on technology, it's making, the field is becoming irrelevant. So thank you to your multiple interventions for bringing out the relevance of a desperate attempt to actually build bridges, connect in a heterogeneous manner, things that are kept apart by mechanisms of power, which at the same time are making the university unable to act in the world today. So I think I'm one of the great champions of the university. Not the university acknowledges that, but I believe that we would have to play a very big role in daring to think these missing links. So that's what came to mind as a methodological remark. But thank you very much.
We will conclude with these words, and then we invite you for coffee. And
it's short break. Yeah, sure. Yes.
Yeah, short break.
Short. Let's say 15 minutes.
Yeah,
15, 20
fine.
minutes. is here. I think anyway I need to make a short announcement. The first one is for the panelists. You will receive tonight an email in which you will be attached a form that I ask you to just send us back signed, which is the form does give us the legal authorization to use an image for the diffusion, the transmission and broadcasting of online, just for the recording of the today speech meeting and panels. So all the panelists will receive that. Only the images and pictures of panelists will be used for only communication purposes, no commercial purposes, obviously. And the second announcement I need to do is also the part of the presence here will join us for a cocktail tonight that will be registered. So the people that have responded, they will join to the cocktail. Just a short announcement, it will take place at the Dean's apartment at the Sorbonne University, so Pantheon-Sorbonne University, which is at the Pantheon. The main entrance is closed because of some problem in the roof, so we need two entrances from the rear of the building, which is so the entrance, the back entrance, is located at 133 Rue Saint-Jacques. So I will wait you there from 7:30 to 9:30, and just so this is just for the people that have registered to the cocktail. So thank you very much.
So yeah, I will now introduce the last panel of this first day of the symposium, Rhizome Rosi. And we are now opening a section devoted to posthumanism, ethics and politics, which will continue tomorrow with the second session. So for this first part, we will be hearing two presentations, and then after a very full day, we will conclude with a slightly lighter panel with only two presentations. And then for this reason, and unlike the format we have followed so far, I suggest that we take questions directly after each presentation. So there will be presentation, discussion, presentation, discussion. You get it. And our first speaker is Jennifer Guerra. She's a journalist and a writer. She's an independent scholar and the author of several essays on feminism. Her most recent book, published last year, is the short novel La fabbrica di bottoni. She has written numerous forewords, introduction, and book chapters, and she also co-edited the new Italian edition of The Beauty Myth by Naomi Wolf. So today she will present a paper that explores the legacy of Rosi Sbradotti's thought within the context of Italian feminism, entitled Undutiful Daughters to a Nomadic Mother, Rosi Bradotti's Genealogy in Italian Feminism.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. I won't repeat the presentation of me as you just heard it, so I'm just going to start my presentation. And I would like to begin by briefly explaining what led me to write this research. I am currently completing a book on Italian feminism in the 1970s, and while working on it, I had the privilege of engaging in dialogue with several leading figures of that generation, including Professor Braidotti as well. Through these conversations, I became increasingly aware of a deep rupture within Italian feminism. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. What Marina Piazza has called a failure in the passing of the baton between generations. This rupture has produced a profound disconnection between so-called historical feminists and contemporary ones. Okay, so it's not working. Okay. In my view, this disconnection can be described through three gaps. The first is a knowledge gap. many young feminists of my generation are unfamiliar with the history and theoretical tradition of Italian feminism. As you may know, Italy has only recently begun to address its shortcomings in the institutionalization of women's and gender studies. For a long time, the academic transmission of feminism proceeded in an under-the-radar and undisciplined manner. Italian feminist scholars, many of whom were trained within the framework of sexual difference, brought their knowledge into already established academic disciplines. With the recent changes now underway, however, Italian universities are also experiencing what has long characterized the academic feminist world more broadly, which is the hegemony of Anglo-American debate. As a result, many young feminists encounter feminism in academia primarily through US-based theories and political frameworks. The second is what I call an existential gap. By this, I mean that today the spaces for intergenerational encounter within Italian feminism are extremely limited. With only a few exceptions, such as Case delle Donne, women's centers, older and younger feminists rarely meet in person. Once again, the problem does not concern Italy alone, but it has particularly strong effects in our context. This brings me to the final gap, the ideological one. It concerns the divide between sexual difference and contemporary trans-feminist and queer movements. This divide is neither new nor unique to Italy, of course. However, given the central role the sexual difference has played in Italian feminism, it has had particularly significant political and theoretical consequences. These gaps have fostered mutual distrust. Younger feminists often perceive earlier generation as a homogeneous bloc and reduce sexual difference to biological essentialism or even to turf positions. Older feminists, in turn, feel attacked and often resist what are, after all, the natural transformation of feminism. I decided to write my book in an attempt to bridge at least part of this distance. My goal was to create a bridge between generations and to prevent the dispersal of a heritage that, in my view, risks being lost. I myself, having followed an autonomous path outside academia, struggled for a long time to locate myself within a feminist cartography, to use Braidotti's term. I could not recognize myself as the daughter of mothers I did not know. Okay. Alongside these three gaps, I will also add a fourth one, the gradual disappearance of the themes of the maternal and of genealogies in contemporary Italian feminist debate. For many years, these themes represented one of the central cores of philosophical research within the Italian tradition, particularly that associated with Luisa Muraro, the Libreria delle Donne di Milano, and the female philosophical community of the Ottima. Despite recent attempts to revisit the topic from new perspective, such as the commercial success of Michela Murgia's posthumous book Dare la Vita, Giving Life, and despite political challenges such as the recent total ban on surrogacy imposed by the Italian government, reflection on the maternal remains marginal both politically and theoretically. Before turning to Rosi Braidotti's contribution, I would like to pause once again on the fracture within Italian feminism. This fracture emerged within broader debates surrounding the category of gender, which made the category of sexual difference appear dangerous, as Braidotti writes in Nomadic Subjects. Sexual difference was stripped from its richness and complexity through what our philosopher called the transatlantic disconnection, that is the US reception of so-called French feminism. Italian feminism, though less studied than its Alpine counterpart, was affected as well. Italian feminist philosophy came to be identified almost exclusively with sexual difference, with Pensiero della Differenza, and with the work of the symbolic carried out by Muraro and the Libreria delle Donne di Milano, as Teresa De Laurentiis emphasizes in the introduction to the American edition of Non credere di avere dei diritti, aptly titled Sexual Difference. In the 1990s, a new generation of activists began to openly challenge the hegemony of sexual difference, both theoretically and politically. Even though the existence of a third wave of feminism in Italy can be contested, much like their foreign counterparts, this generation often established its identity
not after, but in opposition to the second wave. The confrontation came not only from emerging gender and queer studies, but also from activists and thinkers who themselves had been raised within the framework of sexual difference. In 1993, for example, a group of feminists connected with the radical left published a series of pamphlets in which they expressed their desire to break away from pensiero della differenza and its practices. They criticized Lucy Irigaré's symbolic and theoretical approach and rejected Luisa Muraro's theories of the maternal. Next slide, please, because it doesn't work. Okay, thank you. One of these pamphlets was titled Meglio orfane, Better Off Orphans. The title itself captures the tone of the debate. The text ends with a striking statement. Our difference for now has no mothers, and there are historical circumstances in which being orphans is better. Similar protests have also occurred in more recent years. This word orphans, in my view, aptly describes how many young Italian feminists feel with respect to their inheritance. This discomfort has also been acknowledged by leading figures within the tradition of sexual difference itself. A recent example is the book Donna si nasce, One is Born a Woman, by Adriana Cavarero and Olivia Guaraldo. The book attempts to make this tradition accessible to younger generations, yet it has been met with strong criticism by those very generations. As Andrea Hayek has argued, contemporary Italian feminists do not feel themselves to be heirs or descendants of previous generations, not so much for ideological reasons, but above all because they reject the paradigm of maternal transmission of feminism based on personal testimony, a paradigm that long dominated the Italian context. And yet, one of the most important contributions of this tradition is precisely the concept of maternal genealogy, originally developed by Irigaray and Rifo within the Italian context. This genealogy is not only horizontal, grounded in sisterhood, but also vertical, structured around the mother-daughter relationship. This relationship is grounded in the recognition of the disparity among women rather than equality, and in the notion that some women who become mentor, guides, or symbolic mothers are more powerful than others. In an old issue of Via Dogana, the journal of the Libreria delle Donne di Milano, the task of managing the feminist legacy in this context is described as an indigestible inheritance. Like an old country house, one hesitates to renovate because the furniture is beautiful yet covered in dust. In my conversation with women of my generation, a recurring desire has emerged, often expressed as a question. Is it possible to save this house without turning it into a church? Can we renovate it without tearing it apart? In other words, is it possible to keep the thought of sexual difference alive while also engaging with trans-feminist and queer perspectives? I believe this is precisely what Braidotti makes possible. Unlike the Anglo-American tradition, which considers sex and gender two distinct categories, Braidotti understands sexuality as both a material and symbolic institution. She invites us to ground our subjectivity not in anatomy, but in a politics of location. In her work, the subject is not a linear self or a stable identity, but a process, one that defines itself through relations, alterity, and discursive exchange. Sexual difference is understood as a project rather than a fixed category. In this process, desire replaces will, and the body becomes a threshold, an interface. Braidotti also acknowledges the maternal matrix of the sexual subject. If feminist politics implies becoming, following Irigaray, the other of the other, it also requires recognizing one's point of departure, immersing oneself in the maternal imaginary. Both Muraro and Braidotti start from Irigaray in order to construct their idea of the maternal, but they diverge in significant ways. For Muraro, one must learn to love the mother and be grateful for her creative greatness, the greatness that gave birth to us, and in doing so created the world itself. Sexual difference thus becomes a kind of epistemological advantage. Being within the maternal continuum grants access to its symbolic order and enables us, in turn, to become creators, mothers. For Muraro, loving the mother is the foundation of female freedom, and feminism is only its visible and political expression. Consequently, the transmission of feminism is above all vertical, based on the recognition of authority and on the practice of affidamento, or entrustment, which tends toward stability. By contrast, in Nomadic Subjects, Braidotti offers what she calls an intensive definition of feminism. A feminist is a subject who desires feminism, who tends toward it. In this desiring tension, we are pushed to look forward, but also to look back and to locate ourselves. Feminism is not simple belonging to a female continuum. It is the assumption of a position of resistance. There is therefore recognition of a vertical movement, but this movement is not static. It opens the possibility of a molecular explosion in 1,000 directions, in zigzags, to use an expression our philosopher is particularly fond of. Feminism, then, is the beautiful house we inherit, not a house we simply preserve, nor one that requires only a change of furniture, but one that demands renovation. It forces us to repaint the walls, repair the roof, and reinforce the foundation. And it is precisely the process of asking ourselves what to do with the house that gives us the power to renovate it. Thus, at the moment we become feminists, we must decide what kind of sisters, mothers, and daughters we want to become. With Deleuze, Braidotti invites us to disobey the intellectual tradition we have inherited, both classical philosophy and feminism itself. We are not mere products of power, but subjects who affirm themselves in the encounter of the forces that traverse us. These forces pass through our gut, our nervous system, and seep into our skin. The body, including but not limited to sexual difference, is therefore both a fact and a possibility of becoming. It is the root from which something new can flow. I would like to add one final element to complete the picture: the relationship that Braidotti, due to her personal history, has had with Italy. As you all know, and as Braidotti told us before, she was born in Friuli, in Italy, and emigrated to Australia as a teen, before returning to Europe and completing her studies here at the Sorbonne, and later moving to Utrecht. In the preface of the collection of essays Fuori Sede, which I thought was written just in Italian, but I don't know, I'm not sure, Braidotti defines her post-national identity as a form of European Italianness, characterized by a plurality of mother tongues, imaginary, multiple, and heterogeneous. Her contacts with Italian feminism were not frequent, although she had always acknowledged the strong practical sense and political pragmatism of the Italian movement. I mention this for two reasons. First, because I believe that Braidotti's nomadic distance from the Italian context contributed to the development of an independent and original conception of sexual difference, even though it begins from the same reference figure, which is Lucy Rigaret. Second, because Braidotti herself, in Nomadic Subjects, criticizes the concept of a unitary identity tied to a specific geographical location. As young Italian feminists, we are indeed situated within an inheritance linked to the history and practices of feminism in our country, but our identity cannot be reduced to that history alone. Feminism has challenged the ideal of a universal and absolute unity in favor of hybrid, complex, nomadic, and molecular forms. As Braidotti once wrote, citing Adrienne Rich, the feminist project is a way of being disloyal to one's civilization out of love for that same civilization. And this also applies to our civilization, feminism. In conclusion, we cannot reject the beautiful house that we have inherited. But this house is neither a prison nor a burden. It is a starting point. It is our grounding. Drawing from both Muraro and Braidotti, we might say that to be feminist is to learn to disobey the mother because one loves the mother. To be feminist means stopping feeling like orphans in order to become undutiful daughters. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this insightful contribution. So there are some questions from the audience. No? No?
I'm bringing my interests here, but what part does Catholicism and the Virgin bring to Italian feminism, mother feminism dichotomy thing?
Okay, I think it's on. Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think it's also very connected to the way that they also, especially Muraro's thinking has evolved through her personal history, because she came really close to religion studies and the studies on mysticism. And I think also that she has done many studies about saints, for example, female saints. So I think that actually, in a way, Catholicism has played a very big role in this. Of course, we are also a country, I think, that really idolizes mothers. It's like the stereotypical Italian man who is a man who is in love with his mother. So I think that this also played a role in the way that the mother is also respected in Italian feminism. And I think that in the development of the theories in the Italian context, the mother has always been there in one way or the other. And I cannot think of anybody who really, for example, did a strong critique of motherhood or like the imperative of motherhood in the Italian context, for example. So I think it played a role maybe subconsciously because, of course, many, I think the Italian feminist movement had to fight a lot against the church, of course, and the way that influenced Italian society. So, but we are still a deeply Catholic country, like even if we have become more secular, but it's still there somewhere. So I think it plays a role. Thank you.
So I have two questions. So with the current political climate in Italy, do you feel as though that stands in opposition with the development that you believe needs to happen? And secondly, depending on your answer, how do you think we can circumvent the different climates that we're in order to build the house that you speak of?
Can you repeat the first question, please? Because I didn't quite get that.
Okay, of course. So I'm thinking Meloni and a few other things, but the current political climate in Italy maybe might seem at times to stand against this house of feminism that you speak of. So I was just wondering whether you thought it was halting the development that you thought was necessary.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Actually, there's something really strange happening in Italy, because I think that the Italian government is very aware of the importance of feminism in our country. And for example, the Minister of Fertility, Natality, I don't know how to say it, of Italy, she was quite an important feminist in the 70s, and then she turned around and she became a very prominent right-wing figure with very deep ties with the Catholic Church. And for example, she, to justify her anti-abortion positions, she always cites prominent Italian feminists such as Carla Lonzi, and she manipulates her standing on abortion, saying that she was against abortion, which is totally untrue. But she uses like the feminist history to actually justify the modern, like the actual political battles against abortion. And I think also Meloni herself has really benefited from this, and because she likes to think that even though she has always distanced herself from feminism, because she has spoken publicly against feminism, she is in a way benefiting from it, because she, of course, is the first woman in power in our country. So I think it's like she's weaponizing this thing and this deep divide between Italian feminism, because on some issues, for example, surrogacy, many older feminists stand with the government, and this has created very big clashes between generations, but no, it's not only generational matter, of course, but you can see actually this fracture, and it's appalling for me, for example, the fact that when this law, which bans all forms of total surrogacy, and equals them to like genocide, like a form of universal crime, even if you commit somewhere where it is perfectly legal to have surrogacy. I think that it is incredible that the only feminists that talk about this issue, either, of course, they were happy about this, were older feminists, and this topic almost didn't enter like the current debate among young feminists, and this is something really significant, I think, in the political context.
No, maybe another question? No, okay. No, okay, we can take it back. So yeah, I introduce you our second speakers and the last of this day. His name is Shenke Deng, and he is currently a third-year undergraduate in philosophy at Tsinghua University in China. His research focuses on questions of subjectivity, agency, and digital networks. He has participated in interdisciplinary projects on gender theory, comparative literature, and AI ethics. And he has spent the past semester as an exchange student at Sciences Po Paris. He will present today his recent research titled Impersonal Generation and Posthuman Ethics in the Digital Age, From Subjectivity to Nomadic Responsibility, which examines the ethical and political challenges posed by generative AI through the lens of Bradotti's posthuman thought.
Bonjour, buongiorno, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shengke Deng, and I'm currently a third-year undergrad in philosophy at Tsinghua University, China. So although I wrote in my introduction that my research interests is contemporary French philosophy, but it's actually neither contemporary nor French nor philosophy. Yeah, but anyways, so first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for bringing us together. And I'm also grateful to Professor Rosi Braidotti, not only for her presence here, but also for her work, which has inspired me and us and continues to provoke our work. Et je voudrais également préciser que bien que je parle un peu le français, juste assez pour commander un café, mais pas suffisamment pour exprimer mes arguments avec toute la précision et ni pour m'assurer que tout le monde puisse me suivre confortablement, parce que le français est ma troisième langue. Donc, je vais présenter en anglais, ma deuxième langue, et je remercie les interprètes. Yes. And today I'm pleased to present my recent research titled This. And as Professor Braidotti said at the end of last session, effort to create the ethics for this condition is a gamble. And what I'm trying to do is precisely this gamble. So you can say I'm really a gambler, but I want to give it a try. And this is still under development, so I welcome any insights or questions. And here I start. So this is the overview of my presentation. And in AI-mediated writing, image making, and decision support, generation increasingly occurs without a stable authorship or a traceable intent. The anonymity of training corpora, the black box operation of models, and the ambiguous guidance of prompts collectively make it difficult to determine ownership in practice, and therefore, theoretically, it also falls into the paradox of ownerless discourse. So the core problem shifts to accountability without an author function. Modern responsibility has been historically anchored in the alignment between act and actor. To act was to will, and to will was to be accountable. However, generated AI unsettles this alignment by enabling forms of generation whose outputs are produced without intention and whose operations cannot be transparently attributed to a single source. So I named this condition impersonal generation. That is, generation that produces social, epistemic, and political effects without a stable bearer of intention or authorship. So in such conditions, generation no longer functions as a privileged marker of freedom or selfhood, but as a networked effect distributed across socio-technical chain. The ethical difficulty is conceptual. Responsibility remains operative while the figure that anchored it, autonomous subjectivity, loses traction in AI-mediated generation. So, okay. Yeah. This paper therefore proposes criteria of accountability oriented to positions of intervention. Who can interpret an output as consequential, interrupt or redirect its circulation, and be compelled to justify that intervention within an institutional setting? The task is to redesign the subject position that can carry obligations once generation is already underway. I developed this argument by examining impersonal generation at the level of agency, enunciation, and finally responsibility, drawing on Rosi Braidotti's post-human ethics to articulate a model of nomadic responsibility after generation. So this is not an attempt to stabilize existing systems of governance, but to prevent impersonal generation from functioning as a mechanism of ethical evasion. So here comes my part one, impersonal generation and the decentering of agency. So as we talked about, with generative AI, actions can no longer be traced back to a unified, intentional subject. So here, Bruno Latour's ANT can be really useful because it conceptualizes action as a relational effect produced within networks composed of human and non-human entities. As Latour indicated, anything that does modify a state of affairs by making a difference is an actor, or if it has no configuration yet, an actant. An actant, in this sense, is defined by its capacity to produce effects within a network, independently of intention, consciousness, or moral autonomy. Agency thus appears as distributed, as delegated, and mediated through relations, rather than anchored in a sovereign subject. So by decentering agency, ANT has dismantled the assumption that generation functions as a privileged expression of subjectivity. Under a relational account of agency, generativity cannot carry the normative weight it once bore for authorship and freedom. The proliferation of AI-generated text, images, and decisions thus appears as the structural consequence of an already networked and mediated field of action. So in this respect, ANT offers a precise descriptive account of how impersonal generation becomes possible. Yet, the same symmetry that makes ANT analytically powerful or descriptively powerful produces a normative impasse. By flattening the ontology of actors and treating human and non-human actants symmetrically, ANT suspends the distinctions upon which ethical responsibility has traditionally been articulated. When generation appears as the effect of a network rather than the deed of a subject, responsibility can no longer be grounded in interiorist criteria, such as intention. Agency may be distributed, but responsibility is not automatically redistributed alongside it. and this description should not be mistaken for absorbing responsibility. So this normative limitation becomes structurally explicit in the operation of generative AI. For example, like participation in generation is distributed across the network, yet no single position can fully claim the authorship. So what results is a structural disjunction between generation and accountability. In settings where AI-generated outputs function as reasons, claims, or instructions, responsibility becomes structurally contestable. From developers, they defer to users, then users to systems, then systems to data, and data to anonymous collectives, and the training corpora. In other words, the problem of distributed agency becomes a problem of distributed enunciation. Once outputs function as speech acts in institutions, the question of responsibility reappears as a question of addressability. Who can be addressed, challenged, and compelled to answer? So here comes my part 2. In impersonal generation, text can be fluent and persuasive while remaining without any determinate enunciative position, and can therefore function as reasons within institutional procedures. From speech act theory to pragmatic accounts of communication, discourse is typically treated as addressable. Someone can be challenged and made to answer. The subject often remains the silent anchor of meaning. But what generative AI renders explicit is the fragility of this anchoring. When a text is produced without intention, consciousness, or a speaking I, the question of who speaks becomes undecidable. And more decisively, the question of who answers becomes unavoidable. So here, undecidable names a structural condition, not a temporary lack of information, FYI. And AI scales this anonymous enunciation. I'm trying to introduce Maurice Blanchot's reflections on language. They articulate a conception of enunciation in which speech does not originate in a sovereign subject, but unfolds as an impersonal process that exceeds authorial mastery. So language in this account speaks without a stable I, exposing the subject to a movement it does not control. Yet, this impersonalization still belongs to a scene of writing with embodied stakes and institutional addressability. So Derrida's iterability makes the point sharply. A mark functions by being detachable from its origin. And AI-generated text radicalizes that detachability by industrializing it. So this iterability is a condition of possibility for any mark. Industrialization is a condition of production that reorganizes responsibility. So as he said, in order to function, a signature must have a repeatable, iterable, imitable form. It must be able to be detached from the present and singular intention of its production. So he thereby displaces the security of origin without canceling the demand that marks be answerable in context of uptake. So in French, the pronoun on can be used to blur the speaker position. For an utterance circulates while the enunciator remains blurred. On marks a place from which something happens without a responsible who. It is the basis of speech, but also the shelter for an unaccountability. So institutional French has already known this mechanism for very, very long time. For example, they say, on a décidé que something, and AI discourse generalizes it into a default condition. So the model outputs without address. Users, they prompt without thereby authoring the content. And institutions, they deploy systems without assuming the voice of what is produced. In this environment, language generation dissolves into a collective generative network, into a space of dispersed and anonymous textual traces with no single point of origination or claimable authorship. On embodies the disintegration of personal identity within linguistic production, revealing the structural anonymity that has always inhabited language and now being fully exposed by technological mediation. So this impersonal structure of generation does not suggest that AI is a creator. On the contrary, it reveals a deeper truth that AI-generated language is the ghostly echo of collective experience. So the grounding of ethical responsibility, therefore, is displaced away from its enunciative origin. It persists in the absence of a speaker, but it is reconfigured as an obligation assumed by those who encounter, interpret, circulate, and operationalize generated discourse. Responsibility thus emerges at the point of response, which is a situated practice that requires positions capable of interpretation, intervention, and answerability. So here comes the part through nomadic subjectivity and responsibility after generation. So before turning to nomadic subjectivity, it is necessary to clarify the status of the ethical move undertaken here. So what Professor Braidotti offers with her post-human ethics consistently resists the reduction of ethical responsibility to regimes of punishment, attribution, or governance. And this paper does not, I do not seek to negate that resistance. Rather, I am addressing a problem that emerges at a different temporal and political register. So the moment when impersonal generative processes are already embedded within institutional procedures and begin to operate as consequential reasons for decision making. So therefore, what is proposed here inevitably reintroduces governance into ethical discourse. So under contemporary conditions, refusing this move altogether would leave the political effects of generative systems structurally unaddressed. So once generation is detached from a subject of origin, responsibility can no longer be assumed to arise from intention. So the problem therefore concerns the subject position that could uphold answerability without recourse to generative sovereignty. So here, Braidotti becomes necessary because her ethics is built to sustain obligation without sovereign mastery, precisely the condition produced by this impersonal generation. So her post-human ethics dismantles the liberal humanist image of the subject as an autonomous origin of action and meaning, reconceiving subjectivity as relational, embodied, and materially embedded. Yes. The post-human subject is constituted through networks of human and non-human relations and through processes of becoming shaped by affective, technological, and ecological conditions. As she writes, this quote, "In my view, post-human ethics urges us to endure the principle of not one at the in-depth structures of our subjectivity by acknowledging the ties that bind us to the multiple others in a vital web of complex interrelations. The ethical principle breaks up the fantasy of unity, totality, and oneness. What I want to emphasize instead, in a more affirmative vein, is a priority of the relation and awareness that one is the effect of irrepressible flows of encounters, interactions, affectivity, and desire, which one is not in charge of. So relationality becomes ethically binding only where positions of uptake can be compelled to answer for the consequences they enable. This decentering relocates ethics beyond the coordinates of autonomy and mastery, making responsibility compatible with relationality and non-sovereignty." So here, Butler's foreignness and Haraway's responsibility also helps here, but due to time constraints, I'll show you only the quotes. Yes. And nomadic subjectivity names a mode of ethical positioning, a subject constituted through displacement and relationality, whose capacity for ethical accountability does not depend on foundational grounds. So under digital conditions, nomadic subjectivity takes the form of a post-generative subject of responsibility. So the post-generative subject names a practical subject position that arises whenever someone can A, interpret outputs as actions with consequences, B, intervene in their circulations or deployment, and C, be compelled, socially or institutionally, to justify that intervention. However, mere exposure is insufficient. Obligation attaches only where uptake is institutionally consequential and practically reversible. When multiple positions satisfy these criteria, obligation is layered and proportional to degree of institutional authority, foreseeability of harm, and control over deployment conditions. So this would prevent both moral delusion that everyone is responsible and moral displacement that no one is responsible. So this responsive subject position is constituted after generation as the ethical after effect through which generated consequences become answerable. Responsibility is assumed through practices to document, justify, reroute, and redress. They are all oriented toward what has already been generated. The relevant ethical question therefore concerns how generative effects are answered and governed. Responsibility therefore is grounded in ethical positioning within a generative environment. So nomadic responsibility does not reconcile generated effects with existing norms, but keeps them contestable. Post-generative responsibility reorganizes the temporal structure of ethics. Classical moral frameworks locate responsibility prior to action, grounded it in deliberation and intention and willingness. But under conditions of impersonal generation, this temporal sequence is somehow inverted. So the outputs arrive before understanding. Consequences, they proliferate before deliberation can intervene. Responsibility, therefore, takes a retroactive form as an ongoing obligation of adjustment and intervention to respond to consequences that have already materialized. In this sense, posthuman ethics allows responsibility to be regrounded after generation. With Braidotti, we understand posthumanist sustainability as a regrounding of the subject in a materially embedded sense of responsibility and ethical accountability for the environment she or he inhabits. Retroactivity here does not restore meaning after the fact, but rather it exposes an obligation that remains unresolved. So I guess it's somehow different from the Hegelian view of reconciliation, but I haven't figured that much further. So I'm going to give you an example. So let's consider a university administrator who deploys a model to triage scholarship applications. No single output is authored in the classical sense, yet the classification reshape life chances. So here responsibility arises at the point where outputs are authorized as reasons within an institutional procedure. So first, the administrator interprets model outputs as consequential actions. Scores and rankings are not treated as neutral suggestions, but are written into decision-making pipelines as thresholds, eligibility criteria, or justificatory backgrounds. At this moment, generated outputs acquire normative force. Second, the administrator retains the capacity to intervene in the circulation and deployment of these outputs. This includes adjusting thresholds, selecting or replacing model versions, introducing human review at a critical decision points, suspending automated triage under contested conditions, or redesigning templates through which rejections are communicated. Intervention here is not hypothetical. It is built into the administrative role that you have to intervene. Third, the administrator can be compelled to justify these interventions. Decisions must withstand appeals and audits and equality or fairness reviews. They may be subject to documentation requirements, transparency obligations, and public accountability. So applicants can demand explanations from the administrators, and institutions must respond to these demands. Within this institutional chain, the post-generated subject is neither the user who submits an application nor the model that produces scores. It is the position that converts the generated outputs into binding decisions, where these interpretations, interventions, and compelled justifications converge together. So responsibility, therefore, attaches to this position precisely because it institutionalizes generated effects. So because responsibility is displaced rather than eliminated, it must be specified in terms of capacities for intervention rather than traced back to origins. Post-generative responsibility therefore operates across differentiated registers, each defined by concrete practices rather than abstract principles. So at the epistemic level, responsibility concerns practices of verification and traceability. So this includes validating outputs against available evidence, disclosing uncertainty or confident ranges where decisions rely on probabilistic assessments, and maintaining provenance records such as model versions, training regimes, prompt structures, thresholds, and points of human intervention. So these practices do not restore the authorship, but they make decisions intelligible and contestable. At the political level, responsibility concerns the governance of consequences. So this involves mapping the distributional impact of generative decisions, monitoring how outputs reinforce or mitigate existing asymmetries, and intervening where automated classifications systematically disadvantage particular groups. So political responsibility here is not moral intent, but the obligation to prevent generative discourse from functioning as a neutral alibi for exclusion. Third, at the institutional level, responsibility concerns the capacity to act upon systems. This includes establishing audit mechanisms, designing appeal and review procedures, redesigning interfaces and deployment rules, and suspending or reconfiguring systems when harms propagate. Institutional responsibility names the power to alter conditions of use, not merely to explain outcomes after the fact, but to alter. Nomadic responsibility thus names a differentiated structure of accountability enabled after generation through practices that render generated effects answerable within these epistemic, political, and institutional domains. Response becomes responsibility only where an agent occupies a position of consequential uptake and has the capacity to alter the conditions under which harms propagate. Post-generated responsibility navigates between two structural risks, one being attributing responsibility to systems incapable of response, and one being dispersing accountability across networks to the point of disappearance. It neither denies the distributed character of generation nor relinquishes the demand for accountability. So the responsibility must still be assumed, even when it can no longer be grounded in authorship. The post-human subject becomes the site at which responsibility is reassembled, not through control over generative processes, but through the capacity to respond after and to their effects. So here comes my conclusion, a very short conclusion. Impersonal generation marks a structural transformation in the conditions of responsibility. When generative processes no longer originate from identifiable subjects, responsibility can no longer be grounded in intention, authorship, or control. What persists is not the figure of the author, but the demand for accountability. Under impersonal conditions, responsibility is assumed after generation through practices of interpretation, intervention, and justification in relation to generated effects. Nomadic responsibility names this ethical reconfiguration. It does not coincide with mastery or authorship, but with positions of uptake within generative environments, where generated consequences become answerable. The ethical question, therefore, is no longer who acts, but which positions can be addressed, challenged, and institutionally compelled to respond. Responsibility without origin is not a failure of ethics, but instead is the condition under which ethical and political accountability must now be thought, in my mind. And, well, thank you very much, and I welcome your critical insights, feedback, and suggestions on these issues and encourage ongoing dialogue and collaboration beyond today's presentation. Please feel free to contact me directly via email or via phone. Yes. Please keep my email up there for another minute, thank you, to discuss these matters further. Also, just a quick disclaimer / advertisement. In this fall, I'll be applying for master's or direct PhD programs next fall. So if anyone here is on the lookout for a future student to supervise, or if you know anyone that is probably interested, consider this my early application pitch. I'm very open to being academically adopted to nomadic mothers or, yeah. Well, thank you so much for your attention and interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Yeah. So, are there any questions for?
So, are questions in the audience?
No, nothing.
Okay.
I can start, but yeah. Then maybe
there's a question.
One.
Where? Oh, sorry.
I wrote it down because I'm gonna forget half the stuff. It's more of a question also for the other panelists that might still be in the room, and for both of you. Something that I feel like we've been flirting with all day that actually hasn't come up in term is the place of instinct in all of this. I'm curious to whether it be in your interviews that you did for your book or in your research, if this is something that has come up and you've decided to not engage with it, or if it's something that you would express differently, like we were talking this morning about the subconscious. Yeah, where would you place instinct?
Okay, I will be very short about this because Actually, I never thought about this. It's your question that brings this up. The only way I think that instinct comes in the picture in writing this book, which at first was born like a history of Italian feminism, and then it became something entirely else because these conversations were led me to other places rather than like a linear history of Italian feminism. I think it's the way that these feminists and women that I interview answer their question, because I never came with like a set of questions. I just presented them the topic, which was how can we talk between generations. And I think that I noticed that most of them started to tell me their story, like the personal history. And most of them started from childhood and like told me how and why they think they became feminist, and they try to find something in their childhood that led them to join this movement. And also, it's always like a collective way of retelling the story. So I think that the instinctual part, I saw this in this like, it was actually very common. I think all of them actually did that. Like, how do you become a feminist? And they start like narrating the history of the family, the childhood. And I think this is very interesting because actually, in the end, I think the deeper theme of my book is time and how we engage with the past and how we can become daughters. It's not like the other way around. It's not like how they treated us as mothers, but how are we doing as daughters? And I don't think we are doing very well. So this is it for me.
Yeah. And I guess what I want to say is like I haven't thought of that question before, and neither deliberately or unconsciously. Yeah. So I think that's a good point. I've been asked like when I was doing a similar presentation like on the same topic but with a different like theoretical resource. I use Bruno-Latour, as you can identify. So the last time I present this presentation, it's with the theories of ANT and Bruno-Latour, and people ask me about what about the body? So like where do you situate the body, like the human body or like anybody with like where do you situate that? And I said, I don't know, it's still under development. And just as I don't know like where to like situate instinct or other like analytical elements or so, but I also want to add just a single point that what I'm trying to put forward here is a like responsibility that is that you can attribute these responsibilities to human actors or non-human actors. So when it comes to non-human actors, like if you find a traceable instance of like non-human actors who are actually going to be responsible, then there are no instincts, like human instincts, involved in this question. So I guess, I don't know, like I guess I try to like deliberately like ignore the problem of the instincts so that it can like this whole framework can apply to a broader sense of actors, not just human actors.
Yeah. Rosi.
I just wanted to say that there were two amazing papers in different ways, and thank you so much. And I'm taking distance, as you know, from Rosi Braidotti. I just want to address your papers as such. I want to start from the second one, from the algorithmic distributed responsibility, to comment on how easy it is to avoid the issue of ethics in the mainstream discourse. There are two ways to avoid it. One is anything that is fragmented is relativistic, and consequently there are no norms possible. In fact, we can go all the way with Latour and say, let's get rid, you've suggested that, of the normative frame altogether, there's no subjectivity, there's no regulation here, actors on a flat ontology that couldn't be flatter. This is where my disagreement with the neo-Latourian object ontologies could not be stronger. Deleuze does not have a flat ontology. Deleuze has a differential materialist grounding. They're two totally different things. So very strong here that there is this tendency to shut down the discussion on ethics by saying, well, it's all bits and pieces, you know, bits of this and bits of that. And here is the long shadow of postmodernism kind of destroying the conversation. But much worse is the other front, which is the Peter Thiels of this world, who deliberately do not want any issue of ethics involved because they do not believe in an ethical order. Because in the neo-feudal order of the new oligarchies, there will be an emperor, we are getting one, the Praetorian guards around it, and then the vassals and the serfs all the way down, and there will be a vertical order going in one direction. What is good for me, for my profit, and for my people. It's a totally brutal disruption of anything that we've known as ethics since modernity. And I wish that in the public sphere we could talk like this, like you do in your paper, saying, actually, there are no conceptual reasons why we cannot have a distributed ethics. You know, you mentioned, you did a beautiful job there. You mentioned my scheme. You hinted at responsibility in Haraway, the otherness of the other, the foreignness in Butler, Derrida, Blanchot, that tradition. They're all variations on the theme. It's not because we are relational and not one that anything goes. So I think there is here a political underpinning to preventing the discussion of ethics on going distributed, that maybe we just want to blow the cover on and say, no, your arguments for not wanting this are totally false. They don't stand to reason. We could easily have a distributed type of ethics. So thanks for that, and maybe if you can, I know it's complicated, but pushing the political angle, there are strong interests that make this discussion going nowhere, when in fact it is of the greatest importance. And on Jennifer Guerra's paper, I have something analogous. You show how fragmentation can actually lead to a workable framework that doesn't become normative, but gives you a framework, a set of rules. You mentioned my in-betweenness between Italy and country between, and I made absolutely an instrumental methodological use of my multiple belongings, because nomadism is not only about speed and movement, it's about belonging to many things. It's multiple belongings. We've had this conversation in private, the two of us. And so you can be and still be accountable. It comes back to the other papers. There is an accountability born of the awareness of the multiplicity of your belonging. Multiplicity is not infinite. There are still limits. And I think I want to thank you for seeing the generative force of that claim to non-belonging, which is some sort of not one position that has always been part of my itinerary. Sexual difference as not one, identity as not one, belonging as not one, but opens up possibility of being accountable for many, and indeed try to think stubbornly through what could have been another theory of difference, which Deleuze couldn't do because he wasn't a feminist, and the feminists couldn't do because they were Hegelian binary people. So in the middle, the nomadic effort is to try to steer another course. So thank you for staying, and then I look forward where you both will be taking this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to reply? Do you want to reply? No, okay.
So, thank you for attending this last panel of the day. I give you a rendezvous tomorrow morning at 9 for the first workshop, the Waking workshop here. Waking workshop dance, the Waking dance, to be sure that we be in perfect shape for the day 2 sessions. So thank you very much to the audience and to the panelists, to the team, to Rosie, and see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
And a really big thanks to Marco dell'Uomo d'Arme too, please.
Centre droit. Bonsoir à toutes et tous. Pour ceux et celles qui ont réservé pour ce soir, ce n'est pas ouvert à tout le monde, c'est ceux et celles qui ont réservé. Le dîner aura lieu à partir de 19h30, c'est ça? Au 133 rue Saint-Jacques. Donc c'est à 1 km d'ici à pied. 133 rue Saint-Jacques.